Chapter 1. Before Columbus. Long before ships from Europe sliced across the Atlantic and brought with them flags, crosses, and cannon fire, the land that would one day become the United States was already a tapestry of nations. For thousands of years, countless generations of people had hunted, farmed, traded, prayed, and built on this continent. Their footprints pressed into the soil of forests and plains, their voices carried across rivers, and their hands raised cities of earth and stone that could rival some of the great monuments of the Old World. To imagine that history begins with Columbus is to miss the long and intricate story that came before. The ground was already rich with memory, and civilizations thrived in forms both sophisticated and unique to the American landscape. Among the most remarkable were the Mississippians, a culture that arose along the fertile floodplains of the Mississippi River and its tributaries. Between roughly 800 and 1600 CE, long before Europeans first caught sight of these lands, the Mississippians cultivated sprawling societies centered around mound cities. These were not small villages hidden in the forest, but organized settlements with plazas, ceremonial structures, and towering earthworks that dominated the skyline. The greatest of them all was Cahokia, near present-day St. Louis. At its height, Cahokia may have held tens of thousands of people, perhaps as many as 20,000, rivaling the population of London in the same period. Rising from its heart was Monk's Mound, an earthen platform nearly 100 feet high and covering more than 14 acres at its base. It was a feat of engineering built basket by basket, as laborers hauled soil from across the countryside and piled it with careful precision. On top of the mound, wooden structures were erected, likely the dwellings or temples of rulers, people believed to bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. The Mississippians were agricultural masters, their lives built around the cultivation of maize, beans, and squash, the three sisters that anchored so many indigenous diets. Fields stretched outward from the cities, tended by families who wove their harvests into the fabric of daily life. Surpluses allowed specialization. Artisans shaped pottery with distinctive flared rims, carvers etched shell gorgets with swirling patterns, and traders carried goods along vast routes that connected the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Copper from far to the north, shells from the coasts, and mica from the Appalachian Mountains flowed into Mississippian centers, proof of how wide their networks reached. These goods were not merely decorative, they were sacred, woven into ceremonies that celebrated fertility, renewal, and the cycles of the cosmos. Spiritual life among the Mississippians was rich and layered. They looked to the sun as a life-giving power, marking its rising and setting with wood henges, circular arrangements of posts that acted as solar calendars. Ceremonies tied to the harvest and to the rhythm of the seasons reflected a worldview in which humans, animals, and the natural world were bound together in delicate balance. The plazas before the mounds became stages where rituals played out. Dances, games like Chunky with its rolling stone discs, and ceremonies that reaffirmed communal ties. Power was both political and spiritual, embodied by chiefs who were not only leaders, but mediators with the sacred. To stand in Cahokia at its height would have been to witness a city alive with ceremony, a place humming with human energy, smoke rising from fires, voices lifted in song, and drums echoing across the fields. Yet the Mississippian world was not eternal. By the 14th century, Cahokia and many other centers began to decline. Environmental pressures, overuse of resources, shifting trade networks, and possibly conflict or disease may have all played a role. By the time Europeans ventured deep into the Mississippi Valley centuries later, The great mounds stood abandoned, silent witnesses to a vanished age. Still, the legacy of the Mississippians endured in the memory and traditions of native peoples who inherited the land. Far to the west, across deserts and plateaus, another great civilization shaped its world in a very different way. The Pueblo peoples, ancestors of today's Hopi, Zuni, and many others, carved their homes into the very cliffs of the Southwest. Where the Mississippians raised earthen mounds, the Pueblo built with stone and adobe, stacking rooms into multi-story complexes that climbed like honeycombs along canyon walls. At Chaco Canyon in present-day New Mexico, between 850 and 1250 CE, massive great houses rose from the desert floor, aligned with precision to celestial events. Pueblo Bonito, the largest of these, contained hundreds of rooms and kivas, circular underground chambers used for ritual and community gatherings. The architecture spoke not just of shelter, but of cosmology, carefully oriented to track the movements of the sun and moon. At certain times of year, sunlight would pierce narrow windows to mark solstices, tying daily life to the grand order of the cosmos. The Pueblo world was a web of irrigation channels, fields of maize, and roads radiating outward like spokes. Trade brought turquoise, pottery, and macaws from as far as Mesoamerica. Spiritual life was anchored in balance with the natural world. Ceremonies invoked kachinas, spiritual beings who embodied forces of nature and ancestral spirits. Ritual dances, adorned with feathers, masks, and painted bodies, were not mere performance, but acts that sustained harmony between people, land, and the sacred. Life in the desert required cooperation, and the Pueblo developed systems of communal labor and governance that allowed them to endure in a harsh landscape. Their resilience was extraordinary. While Chaco itself eventually declined, Pueblo communities endured and still thrive today, living embodiments of a continuity that stretches back 1,000 years and more. To the northeast, where forests thickened and rivers cut deep valleys, another form of civilization emerged. The Iroquois Confederacy, known to its members as the Haudenosaunee, or People of the Longhouse. Formed around the 15th century, though its traditions rooted earlier, this confederation brought together 5, later 6 nations: the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and eventually the Tuscarora. They bound themselves with the great law of peace, a constitution that created one of the most sophisticated political systems in pre-Columbian North America. In longhouses stretching 100 feet or more, extended families lived side by side, each household a strand in a larger web of kinship. The metaphor extended outward. The Confederacy itself was a great longhouse, each nation a fire, bound together under a common roof. Governance was entrusted to a council of chiefs, selected not by kings or warriors, but by clan mothers, the matriarchs who held authority to appoint and, if necessary, remove leaders. Decisions were made by consensus, reflecting a deep respect for balance and unity. This system allowed the Iroquois to present a united front in diplomacy and war, and it influenced later thinkers who shaped the democratic ideals of the United States itself. Benjamin Franklin, among others, admired the Confederacy's ability to balance local autonomy with collective governance. The Haudenosaunee were formidable warriors, skilled in forest combat and strategic alliances, but they were also diplomats and traders. They sat astride trade routes that stretched through the northeast, exchanging furs, corn, and wampum, beads woven from shells that carried both economic and spiritual significance. Wampum belts were not mere currency, but records of treaties and sacred stories, tangible threads of memory. The forests around them provided game and timber, the rivers yielded fish, and their fields produced maize, beans, and squash. Life in the longhouse was communal, bound by rituals that honored the cycles of nature, from planting festivals in spring to harvest ceremonies in autumn. Every aspect of life was steeped in the sense that human beings were participants in a living world, not masters over it. Across the continent, despite differences in architecture, governance, and environment, common themes united these civilizations. They lived in relationship with the land, drawing sustenance from it, while also embedding it with sacred meaning. Their trade networks spanned astonishing distances, moving not only goods, but ideas and rituals. Their spiritual lives bound communities together, reaffirming the ties between people and cosmos. And while each civilization rose and sometimes fell, their achievements left deep marks on the landscape. From the towering mounds of Cahokia to the cliff dwellings of the Pueblo and the enduring political vision of the Iroquois. It is tempting to see these worlds as frozen in time, awaiting the arrival of Europeans to set history in motion. But in truth, they were dynamic, ever-changing societies. They rose to meet challenges, adapted to shifting climates, experimented with governance, forged alliances, and made war. Their histories were as complex and vibrant as those unfolding in Europe, Africa, or Asia. The continent that Columbus would stumble upon in 1492 was not an untouched wilderness, but a lived-in land, alive with civilizations whose stories deserve to be told on their own terms. As the 15th century drew to a close, these civilizations thrived in their own ways. Yet forces were stirring across the ocean that would soon ripple outward with world-changing consequences. In 1492, sails appeared on the horizon, ships from Spain, carrying with them not only explorers, but diseases, animals, plants, and technologies that would transform both hemispheres forever. The encounter between these two worlds would not be a meeting of equals, but a collision, unleashing consequences as vast as any in human history. And so, as we leave behind the mounds of Cahokia, the stone walls of Chaco, and the longhouses of the Haudenosaunee, we turn to the moment when Europe's ambitions and America's civilizations first crossed paths, setting the stage for a new and turbulent chapter, the so-called discovery of a new world. Chapter 2, 1492. A new world. The sails that appeared on the horizon in 1492 were small against the expanse of the Atlantic. 3 ships that carried within them the hopes of an empire and the ambitions of a man whose name would forever mark history. Christopher Columbus was not the first to dream of lands across the ocean, nor was he the first to set foot on the continent we now call the Americas. Yet his voyage would become a turning point, a moment after which the world would never be the same. To the civilizations already living on the land, it was not discovery, but intrusion. The beginning of upheavals so profound that they would shake every aspect of their existence. To Europeans, it was the opening of a door to riches, power, and empire. To us, looking back, it is a story of both beginnings and endings, of encounters that set in motion centuries of conquest, resistance, and transformation. Columbus himself was a man of contradictions, driven by faith yet obsessed with gold, persistent in his vision yet blind to the realities around him. Born in Genoa, an Italian seaport, sometime around 1451, he grew up in a world where the horizon was alive with change. The Renaissance had revived learning, art, and science. Portuguese explorers were rounding the coast of Africa, probing for a sea route to Asia. Spices, silks, and precious metals beckoned, and whoever controlled trade with the East could dominate the wealth of Europe. Columbus came of age in this world of ambition. Though he was not a man of noble birth, he believed himself destined for greatness. His dream was simple, yet audacious: to reach Asia not by sailing around Africa, but by heading west across the Atlantic, convinced the earth was smaller than most scholars believed. For years he lobbied monarchs across Europe, seeking backing for his plan. In Portugal, his proposal was rejected. In Spain, too, he met skepticism. But persistence was his ally. And eventually, in the court of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile, the Catholic monarchs who had just completed the Reconquista by conquering Granada, he found his patrons. Spain, newly united and eager to compete with Portugal, was willing to gamble on Columbus's scheme. In April 1492, the monarchs signed the capitulations of Santa Fe, granting Columbus titles, wealth, and governorship over any lands he might claim. It was a promise that seemed extravagant for an uncertain venture, but in hindsight, it was one of the most consequential agreements in history. So it was that in August 1492, 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, set sail from Palos de la Frontera. The journey across the Atlantic was perilous, filled with storms, fear, and growing mutiny among the crew. By early October, after weeks at sea with no sight of land, tensions ran high. Columbus promised rewards to the first man who spotted shore. On October 12th, a sailor named Rodrigo de Triana finally cried out that he saw land. They had reached an island in what we now know as the Bahamas. Columbus christened it San Salvador, believing he had arrived on the edge of Asia. In truth, he had stepped into a world unknown to him, but already home to the Taíno people, who watched these strange newcomers with a mixture of curiosity and caution. The encounter was brief at first, but filled with misunderstanding. Columbus described the Taíno as generous, friendly, and innocent, noting their willingness to trade gifts of food and parrots. Yet, in his very words, a darker ambition lurked. He saw not equals, but potential subjects. They would make fine servants, he wrote in his journal, and he began to imagine them as laborers in the service of Spanish wealth. What the Taínos saw as hospitality, Columbus interpreted as weakness. The pattern of conquest was already forming in his mind. Columbus explored further, reaching Cuba and Hispaniola. Here he left behind a small colony, staffed by men eager for gold and glory. The results were disastrous. Mismanagement, violence, and disease soon decimated the settlement, straining relations with the Taíno who had once welcomed the strangers. On later voyages, Columbus returned with more ships, more colonists, and a determination to extract wealth. He demanded tribute of gold from the Taíno, punishing those who resisted with brutality. The dream of finding a western passage to Asia gave way to the reality of conquest and colonization. Though Columbus died in 1506, still convinced he had reached the outskirts of Asia, the implications of his voyages were unmistakable. Spain had planted its flag in the Caribbean, and other European powers soon followed. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands would all seek their share of this new world. What began as one man's dream became a contest of empires, reshaping the destiny of 2 continents. The consequences went far beyond the clash of explorers and indigenous peoples. Columbus's voyages set in motion one of the most profound transformations in human history. The Columbian Exchange. The term, coined centuries later, captures the vast transfer of plants, animals, diseases, and ideas between the Old World and the New. It was not a one-sided affair, but a mixing of worlds whose impact touched every corner of the globe. From the Americas to Europe flowed maize, potatoes, tomatoes, cacao, tobacco, and chili peppers. These foods, once unknown in Europe, soon transformed diets and economies. Potatoes would feed peasants in Ireland and Russia. Maize would become a staple in Africa. And chili peppers would spice the cuisines of India and China. The humble tomato, carried across the ocean, would eventually become inseparable from Italian cooking. Cacao brought the bitter taste of chocolate to European palates, while tobacco fueled both addiction and commerce. These crops fueled population growth in the Old World, providing sustenance to millions. From Europe, Africa, and Asia came wheat, rice, sugarcane, coffee, and livestock. Horses, cattle, pigs, sheep, goats, and chickens. The horse, in particular, revolutionized life for many indigenous peoples of the Americas. On the Great Plains, horses transformed hunting and warfare, giving rise to the mounted cultures of the Lakota, Comanche, and Cheyenne centuries later. Yet alongside these benefits came burdens. Livestock trampled fields and disrupted ecosystems, while sugarcane plantations demanded relentless labor, soon supplied by the forced importation of enslaved Africans. Most devastating of all were the diseases. Smallpox, measles, influenza, and typhus swept through the Americas, against which native populations had no immunity. In some places, mortality reached catastrophic levels. Entire villages wiped out, populations collapsing by as much as 90%. It was not conquest alone that brought indigenous civilizations low, but invisible armies of microbes carried across the ocean. Where once stood thriving societies like the Taino of the Caribbean, or later the Aztec and Inca empires, devastation followed in the wake of European contact. The Columbian Exchange also worked in the other direction. From the Americas, syphilis may have traveled back to Europe, sparking epidemics that confounded physicians of the day. But the scale of impact was far greater in the New World. The demographic collapse of indigenous populations reshaped labor demands, driving Europeans to turn increasingly to the transatlantic slave trade, which would carry millions of Africans across the ocean in chains. The blending of peoples, forced and voluntary, gave rise to new cultures, languages, and societies, but always against the backdrop of violence and exploitation. For Spain, the promise of Columbus's voyages quickly turned into vast riches. Gold and silver from the Americas poured into Spanish coffers, funding wars in Europe and fueling the rise of a global empire. Ships laden with bullion crossed the Atlantic, guarded by armed convoys against pirates. Seville became a bustling hub of trade, where merchants, bankers, and adventurers gathered to profit from the new wealth. The Spanish crown, through systems like the encomienda, granted colonists control over indigenous labor, justifying it as a means of Christianization while in reality exploiting native peoples for mines and plantations. The brutality of this system drew criticism even in its own time. Figures like Bartolomé de las Casas, a Dominican friar, condemned the mistreatment of indigenous peoples, pleading for reforms that were only partly enacted. The moral debate over conquest and colonization would echo across centuries, shaping the conscience of Europe even as the empire expanded. Yet for all the suffering unleashed, the age of exploration also expanded horizons. Maps grew more detailed, knowledge of the globe more precise. New routes of trade connected continents in ways previously unimaginable. Silver from the Americas would find its way to China, linking Atlantic and Pacific worlds in a global economy. The very concept of the world as one interconnected system dates from this moment, when two hemispheres, once apart, became inseparably linked. Back in Europe, the tales of Columbus and his successors spread quickly. Pamphlets and chronicles described strange lands and peoples, firing the imagination of a public eager for wonder. Painters depicted exotic scenes, while monarchs dreamed of empires overseas. The idea of a new world entered the European consciousness, though for the peoples who had always lived there, it was their ancient homeland. The phrase itself reveals the perspective of the conquerors, not the conquered. As the 16th century unfolded, Spanish exploration pressed further. Conquistadors marched into Mexico and Peru, toppling the mighty empires of the Aztec and Inca. Others probed the coasts of Florida, the rivers of the Mississippi, and the deserts of the Southwest. The search for gold and glory drove them onward, and the crown encouraged settlement, missions, and fortresses to secure its claims. Florida would become a contested outpost, Louisiana a realm of French ambition, and New Amsterdam a Dutch experiment, all signs of how the discovery by Columbus had unleashed a scramble for control. And yet, it is important to remember that in 1492, Columbus himself did not fully grasp what he had begun. He believed he had reached islands near Asia, the Indies he so desperately sought. Even on later voyages, he clung to this belief, interpreting every coastline as confirmation of his theory. To him, the world was still smaller than it truly was. Only gradually did Europeans understand that they had encountered continents unknown to them, with civilizations, resources, and peoples who would change the course of history. The story of 1492, then, is not one of discovery, but of collision. Two worlds, long separated, met abruptly, and the consequences were immense. For the peoples of the Americas, it marked the beginning of centuries of colonization, disease, and displacement. For Europeans, it opened opportunities for empire, wealth, and expansion. For the world as a whole, it initiated an exchange that forever altered the foods we eat, the animals we raise, the economies we build, and even the pathogens that shape our survival. As we move forward, the stage is set for empires to clash on the shores of this newly connected world. Spain will build its footholds, but it will not remain unchallenged. France, the Netherlands, and England will soon enter the contest, forging alliances with native nations and battling for supremacy. The Americas, once divided into countless indigenous homelands, will become the arena of imperial rivalry. The seeds of future conflict were planted the moment Columbus stepped ashore in 1492. And so we leave behind that fateful landing, the exchange of gifts and glances between Taino islanders and Spanish sailors, and the first misunderstandings that foreshadowed so much strife. Ahead lies an era of empires in conflict as the Spanish, French, Dutch, and English test their fortunes in this vast new arena, each reshaping the land and its peoples in pursuit of power. Chapter 3. Empires in Conflict. When Columbus first stepped ashore in 1492, he had no idea that his voyage would ignite not just the rise of Spain's empire in the Americas, but a scramble among European powers that would stretch for centuries. The New World quickly became a chessboard where kings, queens, and merchants pushed pawns of soldiers, settlers, and missionaries into positions of advantage. Yet these ambitions did not unfold upon empty squares. The board was already filled with nations, Cherokee and Powhatan, Creek and Huron, Shawnee and Mohawk, who had their own strategies, rivalries, and visions of survival. The colonial world that emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries was never simply Europeans imposing their will, but a shifting, volatile landscape in which native alliances, conflicts, and adaptations shaped the course of history. To understand this era, we must look not only at the flags planted by Europeans, but also at the choices made by indigenous peoples who weighed friendship, trade, and war with newcomers who never ceased to expand. Spain, the first great imperial player in the Americas, carved its claims boldly. The Caribbean islands became bases for further conquest, and expeditions probed the mainland northward. In 1513, Juan Ponce de León, searching for mythical fountains of youth, landed on a peninsula he named Florida. He believed it an island, lush and promising. But Florida was no empty paradise. It was home to powerful native nations, the Calusa, the Timucua, the Apalachee, whose warriors and terrain proved formidable. Spanish attempts to settle met with fierce resistance and the unforgiving climate. Ponce de León himself was wounded in a skirmish with the Calusa and later died of his injuries. Yet Spain's ambitions did not end there. In 1565, Pedro Menéndez de Avilés established Saint Augustine, the oldest continuously inhabited European-founded city in what is now the United States. It was a fortress against both native resistance and European rivals. The French had attempted their own foothold at Fort Caroline near present-day Jacksonville, a colony of Huguenots seeking refuge from religious wars. Menéndez attacked ruthlessly, slaughtering most of the French colonists and securing Florida for Spain. St. Augustine became a military outpost, bristling with cannons, its coquina stone fortifications, a statement that Spain would not be dislodged easily. From Florida, Spanish missionaries spread outward, building missions among the Gual, Apalachee, and other native peoples, seeking to convert souls even as soldiers sought to secure territory. These missions were places of both cultural exchange and cultural erasure, introducing Christianity, European crops, and a language, but also disrupting native traditions and lifeways. Yet Spanish Florida remained precarious. Raids from rival Europeans, pirate attacks, and native uprisings threatened its survival. The Apalachee revolted, sometimes violently, against forced labor and religious pressure. Meanwhile, English settlers from the north and French explorers from the west pressed closer. Spain's claim was vast on maps, but fragile on the ground. The dream of a flourishing northern empire faded, and Florida became instead a defensive buffer, guarding the silver fleets that sailed from the Caribbean back to Spain. While Spain clung to Florida, France cast its eyes on the heart of the continent. In 1682, René Robert Cavelier, Sieur de la Salle, floated down the Mississippi River to its mouth and claimed the entire river basin for France, naming it Louisiana in honor of King Louis XIV. It was a breathtaking claim, encompassing a vast territory stretching from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. Unlike Spain's early rush for gold, France sought trade, especially in furs. Beaver pelts, highly prized in Europe for hats, became the currency of empire. French traders and coureurs de bois, runners of the woods, ventured deep into native territories, forging alliances with tribes such as the Huron, the Ojibwe, and the Illinois. The French approach was different from the Spanish. With fewer settlers and less direct military force, they relied on diplomacy and kinship ties. French traders often married into native families, strengthening bonds of trust and exchange. Jesuit missionaries learned native languages, recording vocabularies and stories, even as they preached Christianity. Towns like Quebec and Montreal served as hubs for this vast fur network. But the real strength of French Louisiana lay in its rivers. The Mississippi and its tributaries became arteries of commerce, carrying furs southward and European goods northward. New Orleans, founded in 1718, would grow into a key port, controlling access to the Gulf. Yet French Louisiana, too, was fragile. The territory was immense but thinly settled, dependent on alliances that could shift with every season. The Iroquois Confederacy, powerful in the northeast, often clashed with French interests, allying instead with the English in New York. War in Europe frequently spilled into North America, transforming native alliances into extensions of European rivalries. The French and their native allies fought against the English and their native allies in conflicts that foreshadowed the great wars of the 18th century. Louisiana was less a unified colony than a patchwork of trading posts, forts, and fragile settlements, stitched together by diplomacy, religion, and the endless pursuit of furs. Meanwhile, the Dutch, though small in population compared to Spain or France, entered the contest with remarkable energy. In 1609, Henry Hudson, sailing for the Dutch East India Company, explored the river that now bears his name, hoping to find a northwest passage to Asia. Instead, he found a land rich in resources and trade potential. Within a few years, the Dutch established New Netherland, a colony stretching along the Hudson River Valley. At its heart was New Amsterdam, founded in 1625 on the southern tip of Manhattan Island. New Amsterdam was not built on gold or furs alone, but on commerce in its purest form. The Dutch, masters of trade and finance, envisioned their colony as an outpost of global commerce. Ships from Europe brought goods to exchange with the Lenape and Mohican peoples. Iron tools, firearms, cloth, and beads traded for beaver pelts. The Dutch West India Company controlled the colony, focused on profit rather than grand imperial dreams. New Amsterdam quickly grew into a cosmopolitan settlement, home not only to Dutch, but also to Africans, Germans, Jews, and even refugees from across Europe. Its diversity was unique for its time, a reflection of the Dutch commitment to commerce above all. Yet diversity did not mean harmony. The Dutch often clashed with local native groups, particularly as settlers expanded into traditional hunting grounds. At times, they relied on brutal force, as in Kieft's War of the 1640s, when the colony's governor ordered attacks on Lenape villages, sparking a cycle of violence that nearly destroyed New Netherland. The colony survived, but at a cost. Its fragility became apparent when, in 1664, the English sailed into the harbor and seized New Amsterdam with barely a fight. Renamed New York in honor of the Duke of York, it would become a cornerstone of English America. Still, the Dutch legacy lingered in names, architecture, and traditions that remain part of the city's character today. Amid these imperial ambitions, native nations were not passive. They navigated the new realities with skill, forging alliances that could bring guns, metal, and trade advantages. The Iroquois Confederacy, in particular, mastered the balance of power. Positioned between French Canada and English New York, the Iroquois played the two powers against each other, extracting favorable trade terms and expanding their influence through a series of conflicts known as the Beaver Wars. These wars devastated rival tribes like the Huron, dispersing them across the continent, but solidified the Iroquois as a dominant force. Elsewhere, native groups weighed their options carefully. Some allied with the French, drawn by the deep ties of intermarriage and trade. Others leaned toward the English, seeking military support against rivals. Still others resisted both, striving to maintain independence in a world that grew ever more entangled with European interests. The choices were never simple. An alliance might bring guns, but also disease, trade goods, but also dependence. Communities fractured, some siding with one empire while others joined the enemy. The colonial world was not merely a story of European domination, but of native resilience and agency, though always under mounting pressure. This shifting web of alliances created a world of constant uncertainty. A Jesuit missionary might arrive in a Huron village one year, sharing prayers and trade goods, only to see the same village destroyed by Iroquois raiders the next. A Dutch trader might exchange muskets for pelts, knowing that those very weapons would be turned against rival tribes allied to another European power. Native leaders like Powhatan in Virginia or Ope Chankeno after him sought to navigate these waters, at times embracing trade, at times resisting encroachment. The result was a colonial landscape defined by flux, where no alliance was permanent, no victory final. For Europeans, the New World was opportunity. For Native peoples, it was a challenge to survival and adaptation. Some communities shrank, ravaged by disease and war. Others relocated, reforming themselves in new lands. Still others thrived, expanding influence through clever diplomacy. The story of this era is one of contest, not just between empires, but between different visions of the future. One of European dominion and profit, another of indigenous persistence and adaptation. By the early 18th century, the map of North America was a patchwork of colors and claims. Spanish Florida held on stubbornly, more a garrison than a colony, guarding routes to the Caribbean. French Louisiana stretched wide but thin, its rivers binding together far-flung posts. The Dutch had lost New Netherland, but the English now emerged as the rising power, pressing from the Atlantic seaboard westward. Native nations remained at the center, their decisions shaping every frontier, their rivalries and alliances ensuring that no empire could act without reckoning with them. This was the world that awaited the next generation of colonists and settlers. A world not yet dominated by one flag, but contested ground where every treaty, trade, and battle could shift the balance. The empires of Europe dreamed of global supremacy. But here in North America, their ambitions depended on the fragile web of alliances with peoples who had lived on this land for millennia. It was a time of uncertainty, a crucible in which the foundations of what would one day become the United States were slowly, painfully being laid. And so we leave behind this age of contested empires. With Spanish soldiers guarding the walls of St. Augustine, French traders paddling down the Mississippi, Dutch merchants counting profits in New Amsterdam, and native leaders weighing their choices in council fires that glowed against the night. Ahead lies a new chapter, one in which the English colonies will grow, multiply, and come into their own. From Roanoke to Jamestown, Plymouth to Boston, the seeds of a new society will be planted. The empires have staked their claims, but now it is the story of the English colonies that will dominate the next act. Chapter 4: The First English Settlements. By the dawn of the 17th century, the English crown watched with growing envy as Spain hauled silver and gold across the Atlantic, and as France threaded its fur networks deep into the interior. England had been slow to plant its flag, distracted by religious strife at home and the costly wars of the Tudor dynasty. But the hunger for empire could not be contained forever. The Atlantic shimmered with promise, and visionaries, merchants, and adventurers dreamed of colonies that would bring wealth, glory, and new beginnings. Yet the first English attempts to settle in North America were fraught with failure, hardship, and uncertainty. What survives today as the proud beginnings of an eventual nation was, in truth, born in misery, desperation, and fragile hopes. The first attempt was Roanoke, an island off the coast of present-day North Carolina. In 1585, Sir Walter Raleigh sponsored a colony there, part of a grander scheme to challenge Spanish dominance and establish a base for English privateers. The site seemed promising, but the settlers faced hostile relations with local tribes, dwindling supplies, and isolation from home. Many abandoned the settlement and returned to England with Sir Francis Drake. A second attempt was made in 1587 under Governor John White, who brought more than 100 men, women, and children to Roanoke. White returned to England for supplies, expecting to return quickly. But war with Spain delayed him for years. When he finally managed to sail back in 1590, he found the colony deserted. The houses were dismantled, no bodies remained, and carved into a post was a single word: Croatoan. White searched in vain, but no trace of his family or the other colonists was ever found. The lost colony became one of the enduring mysteries of American history, a symbol of both the dangers and the allure of colonial ambition. Some believe the colonists merged with nearby native communities, others that they perished from hunger or conflict. But the truth remains elusive. Roanoke's disappearance might have discouraged further attempts, but ambition does not yield easily. By 1606, under King James I, the Virginia Company of London received a royal charter to establish a colony on the Atlantic coast. Merchants and investors envisioned profit, while adventurers sought land and fortune. In December of that year, 3 ships, the Susan Constant, the Godspeed, and the Discovery, set sail carrying 104 settlers. After a grueling voyage, they arrived in May 1607 at the mouth of a great river they named for the king, the James. The settlement they built was called Jamestown, the first permanent English colony in North America. Yet permanence was far from assured. The land chosen for settlement was swampy, brackish, and unhealthy. Mosquitoes bred in abundance, carrying disease. The settlers, many of them gentlemen unused to hard labor, struggled to grow food. Their provisions ran out, and hunger stalked the colony. Relations with the Powhatan Confederacy, a powerful alliance of native tribes under the leadership of Chief Powhatan, were uneasy from the start. At times, the Powhatan traded corn, saving the settlers from starvation, but distrust and violence simmered just below the surface. One figure looms large in Jamestown's early story: Captain John Smith. A soldier of fortune with a flair for storytelling, Smith imposed discipline on the colony. His famous rule, "He that will not work shall not eat," helped stave off collapse. He forged fragile ties with the Powhatan, recounting in his memoirs the dramatic story of his capture and supposed rescue by Powhatan's daughter, Pocahontas. The truth of the tale remains debated, whether it was a ritual misunderstood by Smith or an actual plea for his life. But it has endured as part of America's founding mythology. Pocahontas did indeed play a role as an intermediary, bringing food to the colonists and easing tensions, though peace was always fragile. Despite Smith's efforts, Jamestown endured suffering on a scale difficult to imagine. The winter of 1609 to 1610 remembered as the starving time, nearly ended the colony. Disease and hunger reduced the settlers from 500 to barely 60 survivors. Desperate men resorted to eating rats, snakes, leather, and in grim cases, even the bodies of the dead. Rescue arrived only with the return of supply ships and new settlers, breathing life into what seemed a doomed enterprise. The discovery that tobacco could thrive in Virginia soil transformed Jamestown's fate. John Rolfe, who would later marry Pocahontas, cultivated a strain of tobacco that proved immensely profitable in Europe. By the 1620s, tobacco exports soared, turning Virginia into a colony that could sustain itself. With profit came permanence, though at the cost of relentless expansion onto Powhatan lands, sparking decades of conflict. While Jamestown was fighting for survival, another colony was taking shape hundreds of miles to the north, born from a very different impulse. Where Virginia was driven by profit, New England drew settlers seeking religious freedom. In 1620, a group of English separatists, later called the Pilgrims, set sail aboard the Mayflower. They had first fled to the Netherlands to escape persecution, but fearing the loss of their English identity, they resolved to establish a new home across the ocean. Their voyage was arduous, and when they finally sighted land, it was not the fertile shores of Virginia, but the rocky coast of present-day Massachusetts. Before disembarking, they drafted the Mayflower Compact, a simple agreement to form a civil body politic and govern themselves by majority rule. It was a moment of profound significance, the seed of self-government planted in the soil of the New World. When they came ashore at Plymouth, the Pilgrims faced a harsh winter that claimed nearly half their number. Disease, cold, and hunger took a heavy toll, yet they endured. The following spring, help came from an unlikely source. A native man named Tisquantum, known to history as Squanto, spoke English, having been kidnapped years earlier and taken across the Atlantic before eventually returning to his homeland. Squanto taught the Pilgrims how to plant corn, fish the rivers, and survive in a land utterly foreign to them. The relationship between the Pilgrims and the Wampanoag people under their sachem, Massasoit, led to a fragile alliance. For a time, they cooperated in trade and defense. The harvest of 1621, secured through native assistance, led to a celebration later remembered as the First Thanksgiving. But like all colonial alliances, peace rested on shifting ground. In the decades that followed, as more English settlers arrived and expanded into native lands, conflicts grew inevitable. The Pilgrims' descendants would one day fight bitter wars against the very tribes who had ensured their survival. The stories of Roanoke, Jamestown, and Plymouth illustrate the precarious beginnings of English America. None were simple tales of triumphant settlement. They were struggles against disease, starvation, and uncertainty, built on fragile relations with native peoples who alternately aided and resisted them. Survival was never guaranteed. That Jamestown endured at all was a near miracle. That Plymouth established self-government was an unanticipated experiment in democracy. That Roanoke vanished into mystery remains a haunting reminder of how perilous the Atlantic venture could be. In these early decades, English colonization was a gamble, each settlement teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet each also laid foundations that would shape the future. Jamestown gave rise to the plantation economy, powered first by indentured servants and later by enslaved Africans, a system that would define the South. Plymouth gave rise to ideals of self-rule and covenant community, that would echo in New England's town halls and eventually in the rhetoric of revolution. Roanoke gave rise to legend, a ghost story that underscored the dangers faced by those who sought to cross the sea. Together, they marked the hesitant beginnings of what would become 13 colonies stretching along the Atlantic seaboard. The path ahead would be filled with growth and conflict. As settlers multiplied, native nations resisted, and the English crown sought to tighten its grip. The next chapter is the story of how these scattered outposts began to take shape, forming the latticework of regions, New England, the Middle Colonies, and the Southern plantations, that would define colonial America. Out of mystery, misery, and fragile hope, a new society was beginning to emerge. Chapter 5. 13 Colonies Take Shape. From the fragile beginnings at Jamestown and Plymouth, a new world began to take root. What started as scattered outposts clinging to survival slowly expanded into a chain of colonies along the Atlantic coast, stretching from New England's rocky shores to the swampy lowlands of the Carolinas. In the span of little more than a century, these settlements multiplied and matured, each shaped by geography, climate, religion, and economy. Out of this patchwork emerged 13 colonies, distinct in their identities, but bound together by common threads of English law, language, and ambition. In New England, the land was less forgiving than Virginia's fertile tobacco fields. The soil was thin, rocky, and ill-suited for large-scale plantations. Winters were harsh, summers short, and farming yielded more subsistence than surplus. Yet, adversity bred resilience. The Puritans, who began arriving in 1630 under the leadership of John Winthrop, sought not only refuge from religious persecution, but the chance to build a city upon a hill, a godly community that would serve as an example to the world. They founded the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which grew rapidly as entire families crossed the Atlantic during what became known as the Great Migration. These settlers carried with them a stern faith that governed every aspect of life. Towns clustered around meeting houses, where Sunday sermons could last for hours and decisions about community affairs were made collectively. Education was valued, for every man and woman was expected to read the Bible, and soon schools and colleges like Harvard were founded to ensure a learned ministry. The Puritan ethic shaped a culture of discipline, industry, and close-knit community. Dissenters, however, were not welcome. Those who challenged orthodoxy, like Roger Williams and Anne Hutchinson, were banished, and in exile founded new colonies such as Rhode Island, where religious freedom took deeper root. Connecticut and New Hampshire also grew out of this restless spirit, each adapting to the rugged New England environment. While New England's rocky soil limited farming, its forests and coastline opened other opportunities. Timber fed a thriving shipbuilding industry, while the Atlantic teemed with fish. Whaling, cod fishing, and maritime trade became central to the region's economy. Soon, New England ships carried goods not only across the Atlantic, but also throughout the West Indies, knitting the colonies into the wider web of global commerce. These hardy seafarers would one day become central to America's independence. But for now, they were builders of towns and traders of goods, deeply tied to both faith and profit. Further south, the Middle Colonies, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware, developed along different lines. Fertile soil and milder climate made the region a breadbasket, producing abundant wheat, barley, and oats. Rivers like the Hudson and Delaware carried goods easily to markets, encouraging both farming and commerce. Here, diversity flourished more than in Puritan New England. New York began as Dutch New Amsterdam, And even under English control, it retained a cosmopolitan character, with Dutch, English, Germans, Africans, and others mingling in its bustling streets. Merchants thrived in New York City, which grew into a vibrant port, a crossroads of cultures and ideas. Pennsylvania, founded by William Penn in 1681 as a haven for Quakers, became a model of religious tolerance and orderly planning. Philadelphia was laid out in a grid, a city of broad streets and public squares, reflecting the rational ideals of its founders. Quakers, with their emphasis on equality and peace, attracted settlers from across Europe, and Pennsylvania quickly became one of the most prosperous colonies. Germans, Swedes, Scots-Irish, and others brought their own traditions, making the Middle Colonies a patchwork of peoples. This diversity, combined with fertile land and strong trade, gave the region a balance that contrasted sharply with the stern piety of New England and the rigid hierarchies of the South. It was in the southern colonies, however, that a distinct and fateful system took deepest root. From Virginia and Maryland down to the Carolinas and Georgia, the warm climate and fertile soil encouraged cash crops, first tobacco, later rice and indigo, that demanded intensive labor. In the earliest years, labor came from indentured servants, men and women who bound themselves to work for several years in exchange for passage to America. But as mortality rates declined and landowners sought more permanent labor, the reliance on African slavery grew. Ships carried enslaved Africans across the Atlantic in brutal conditions known as the Middle Passage, depositing them on auction blocks where they were sold into lives of toil. By the late 17th century, slavery had become the cornerstone of the Southern plantation system. Plantations rose along rivers, sprawling estates where wealthy planters built grand houses and controlled vast tracts of land. Tobacco from Virginia, rice from South Carolina, and later cotton would flow out of these plantations, enriching their owners and fueling trade with Europe. The wealth of the South was built on the backs of enslaved people, whose labor, songs, and suffering became an unacknowledged foundation of the colony's prosperity. Laws hardened around race, defining slavery as a lifelong, inheritable condition, stripping Africans and their descendants of rights, and cementing a system that would shape American society for centuries. Yet even in the South, not all was dominated by the great plantations. Smaller farmers worked their own plots. Traders and craftsmen plied their trades in towns like Charleston and Savannah, and frontiersmen pushed ever westward into native lands. Conflict with native peoples was constant, as settlers encroached on traditional hunting grounds and villages. Some tribes forged alliances for trade, while others fought back fiercely. Wars erupted, like the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and later conflicts in the Carolinas, each leaving scars on both sides. The expansion of the colonies was never peaceful, always at the expense of the peoples who had lived on the land for generations. By the early 18th century, the outlines of the 13 colonies had taken shape. New England with its towns, schools, and stern piety. The Middle Colonies with their diversity and trade. The South with its plantations and enslaved labor. Each region developed its own character, its own identity, and yet they were all connected by English law and governance. Colonial assemblies, though limited by governors appointed by the Crown, gave settlers a taste of self-rule. English goods flowed in, colonial exports flowed out, and the Atlantic world became a dynamic network of exchange. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered. The rigid hierarchies of the South clashed with the egalitarian ideals of New England town meetings. Religious diversity in the Middle Colonies contrasted with Puritan intolerance in Massachusetts. The reliance on slavery planted seeds of division that would one day grow into civil war. And all along the frontier, the push for land brought colonists into collision with native nations, creating cycles of war, treaty, and betrayal. Still, for now, the colonies flourished. Populations grew rapidly, fueled by immigration and high birth rates. Towns expanded, farms multiplied, ships filled the harbors, and a sense of possibility filled the air. The colonies were no longer fragile outposts on the edge of the wilderness. They were societies in their own right, vibrant and distinct, yet increasingly bound together by commerce, culture, and shared challenges. As the 17th century gave way to the 18th, the story of America shifted from survival to growth. The mystery of Roanoke, the starvation at Jamestown, the harsh winter at Plymouth, these belonged to the past. A new generation of colonists was born in America, calling it their home, shaping its fields, building its towns, and envisioning futures that stretched beyond the horizon. They were still subjects of the English king, but in their diversity, resilience, and ambition lay the seeds of a new identity. And so the 13 colonies took shape, each with its own rhythms, its own voices, and its own contradictions. Out of this mosaic would come a shared story, forged in both cooperation and conflict, that would eventually bind them together as something greater than the sum of their parts. But before that day came, these colonies would live through their own cultural blossoming, their own struggles of faith, family, and daily survival. To understand the path ahead, we must step into the homes, schools, and fields of colonial America to see how life was lived in these new societies and how their cultures began to diverge and intertwine. Chapter 6: Colonial Life and a Culture. By the early 18th century, the 13 colonies were no longer just precarious settlements on the edge of a wilderness. They had become complex societies with their own rhythms, traditions, and ways of life. The danger of collapse that haunted Roanoke and Jamestown had faded. Towns had been built, crops planted, churches established, and families multiplied. New England's villages bustled with commerce and stern piety. The middle colonies thrived with diversity and trade. And the southern plantations expanded with the relentless drive of profit and enslaved labor. In these places, colonists lived out their days not as strangers in a strange land, but as people who increasingly called America home. To step into their world is to see how faith, education, labor, and custom shaped a culture both distinctly English and yet already something new. Religion was everywhere, weaving itself into the daily lives of colonists. In Puritan New England, faith was not simply a matter of private belief, but the very foundation of community. Each town revolved around the meeting house, where sermons delivered by ministers could last for hours, and where the line between religious and civic life was blurred. The Puritans saw themselves as a chosen people, bound in covenant with God, tasked with building a model society. To sin was not merely personal. It endangered the whole community. Church membership was strict, requiring evidence of personal conversion, and discipline could be harsh. Those who strayed from orthodoxy risked public censure, fines, or even banishment. The echoes of this stern religiosity can still be heard in the stories of Salem, where fear of witchcraft in 1692 spiraled into trials and executions. But alongside severity was an earnest devotion, a belief that they were building something holy in a new land. Religion was not confined to New England. In the South, the Church of England was established by law, in colonies like Virginia and the Carolinas. Anglican churches dotted the landscape, often supported by taxes, their ministers sometimes more concerned with social order than spiritual fervor. Services were formal, reflecting the hierarchies of the plantation society. Yet religious life in the South was not uniform. Baptists, Presbyterians, and other dissenting sects found footholds, often in the frontier regions, bringing with them more emotional and egalitarian forms of worship. In the Middle Colonies, religion flourished in astonishing diversity. Quakers in Pennsylvania preached peace and equality. Mennonites and Moravians brought their traditions from Germany. Catholics found refuge in Maryland, and Jews established early congregations in New York. Here, tolerance was more common, though not always complete, and the variety of faiths laid the groundwork for the idea of religious freedom that would one day be enshrined in the new nation. Education, too, reflected the priorities of each region. In New England, the Puritan emphasis on literacy for the sake of Bible reading led to some of the highest literacy rates in the world at the time. Schools were established early, supported by town funds, and laws required parents to ensure their children could read. Harvard College, founded in 1636, trained ministers to carry on the work of the church. The New England Primer, a small book filled with religious instruction, alphabets, and moral lessons, became the standard tool for teaching children. The result was a culture where reading and writing were widely valued, and education became a mark of both piety and civic responsibility. In the South, by contrast, education was far less accessible. The plantation system dispersed families across large estates, making town schools rare. Wealthy planters often hired private tutors for their children or sent sons to England for schooling, while daughters were trained in the domestic arts. For the vast majority of poorer whites, formal education was limited, and for enslaved Africans, it was nearly non-existent, deliberately suppressed by laws that forbade teaching them to read. This division created stark contrasts between the literate elites and the largely uneducated laboring classes. The Middle Colonies fell somewhere in between, with a mix of private schools, religious instruction, and apprenticeships. Pennsylvania's Quakers emphasized practical education, and Germans established their own schools to preserve language and tradition. Education in the colonies was never uniform, but it reflected the values and structures of each society. Everyday life for colonists was shaped by labor, family, and the rhythms of the seasons. In New England, the typical household was a small farmstead, where men tilled rocky fields, women managed households and gardens, and children were put to work from an early age. Life was communal. Neighbors gathered for barn raisings, town meetings, and Sabbath worship. Winters were long and harsh, but summers brought fairs, markets, and fishing voyages. The sea was a constant companion, with ships carrying cod, lumber, and rum across the Atlantic. Towns grew steadily, their streets lined with wooden houses, taverns, blacksmith shops, and mills. In the Middle Colonies, farms were larger and more fertile, producing grains that fed both the colonies and the Old World. Cities like Philadelphia and New York grew rapidly, their docks crowded with ships, their markets filled with goods from around the Atlantic. Artisans plied their trades, from silversmiths and coopers to printers and bakers. A vibrant press flourished, with newspapers and pamphlets spreading news and ideas. Diversity was visible in food, language, and custom. English mingled with German, Dutch, Swedish, and African influences, creating a society more varied than either New England or the South. In the Southern colonies, Life was dominated by the plantation system. Wealthy planters lived in large houses surrounded by fields of tobacco, rice, or indigo. Their status displayed in imported furniture, fine clothing, and lavish hospitality. They formed an elite class, controlling colonial assemblies and shaping politics to protect their interests. Below them were yeoman farmers, smallholders who worked their own land, and beneath them, indentured servants and enslaved Africans. For the enslaved, life was marked by unrelenting labor, brutal punishments, and the denial of freedom. Yet even under oppression, enslaved people forged families, preserved traditions, and created a culture that blended African heritage with the new realities of America. They sang songs to endure hardship, told stories to preserve memory, and resisted in both small and great ways. Their contribution to colonial culture was immense, even as it went unrecognized by those who benefited from their labor. The contrasts between Puritan New England and the plantation South could not have been sharper. In the North, close-knit towns and congregations emphasized community, piety, and education. In the South, sprawling plantations created a society defined by wealth, hierarchy, and slavery. Where New Englanders debated sermons and town ordinances, Southern elites dined in great halls and oversaw enslaved laborers in the fields. Where New England valued literacy for all, the South deliberately kept large portions of its population in ignorance. These differences would grow more pronounced over time, sowing divisions that foreshadowed future conflict. Yet despite these contrasts, colonists across regions shared common experiences. Disease was a constant threat. Smallpox, yellow fever, malaria, and dysentery swept through communities, claiming lives in waves. Child mortality was high, and death was a familiar presence. Families were large, both for companionship and labor, but loss was frequent. Medicine was rudimentary, relying on herbs, bleeding, and guesswork. Superstitions lingered, mingling with religious explanations of illness and misfortune. Entertainment, too, crossed boundaries. Colonists enjoyed games, music, and storytelling. In taverns, men drank ale and debated politics. In fields, children played ball games or rolled hoops. Holidays like Christmas and harvest festivals brought communities together in feasts, though Puritans frowned upon excessive merriment. Books and newspapers circulated, fueling curiosity about the wider world. Theater was rare in the North, but more common in the South, where itinerant troupes sometimes performed. Everyday life mixed toil with moments of joy, hardship with community, faith with practicality. As the 18th century progressed, a shared colonial identity began to stir. Colonists were still English subjects, loyal to the crown, but they were also increasingly different from their cousins across the Atlantic. They had built societies adapted to the American landscape, shaped by frontier hardships, diverse peoples, and new opportunities. They had established their own assemblies, practiced self-rule in town meetings, and grown accustomed to a measure of autonomy. They spoke of liberty even as slavery expanded, and they valued community even as expansion displaced native peoples. Contradictions abounded, but so did vitality. Colonial life and culture were thus neither uniform nor static. They were dynamic, shaped by environment, faith, economy, and human resilience. To walk through a New England village was to hear the tolling of church bells and the chatter of children reciting catechisms. To stroll through Philadelphia was to hear a cacophony of languages and see goods from across the world. To stand on a Virginia plantation was to see fields of tobacco stretching to the horizon, worked by hands whose names were forgotten, but whose labor underpinned the wealth of the colonies. Together, these worlds form the fabric of colonial America, a fabric strong, diverse, and deeply complex. It is within this fabric that the next chapter unfolds. For even as colonists built schools, churches, farms, and plantations, larger forces were at work. Wars fought far across the ocean would draw them into conflict on their own soil. Taxes levied by a distant crown would stir resentment. Ideas of liberty, once confined to sermons and pamphlets, would begin to spark fire in the hearts of men and women who had carved out new lives in America. To understand how a road to revolution opened before them, we must first trace how conflicts abroad and tensions at home began to shift the balance of loyalty and power. The stage is set. The colonies are thriving, and the seeds of unrest are beginning to sprout. Ahead lies a path that will lead not to contented subjects, but to rebels ready to challenge the might of empire. Chapter 7. The Road to Revolution. The colonies had grown from fragile outposts into bustling societies, tied together by commerce, faith, and the rhythms of daily life. But beneath the surface of prosperity lay tensions, and those tensions would ignite in a series of conflicts that transformed colonists from loyal subjects of the crown into restless rebels. The road to revolution was not a sudden leap, but a gradual march, paved with disputes over land, trade, taxes, and rights. It began with a war fought not of their own choosing, one that engulfed the frontier and spilled across oceans, and it ended with tea dumped into a harbor and delegates gathering in defiance of royal authority. The spark was the French and Indian War, part of the global 7 Years' War that pitted Britain against France. In the mid-18th century, the Ohio River Valley became the flashpoint. Both France and Britain claimed the territory, and both sought alliances with native nations who had long called the region home. For the French, the Ohio Valley was crucial for linking their possessions in Canada with Louisiana. For the British colonists, it was land to be settled and exploited, a gateway to westward expansion. Native peoples, from the Shawnee to the Delaware to the Iroquois Confederacy, weighed their options carefully, choosing sides or attempting neutrality in a struggle that threatened their own survival. In 1754, a young Virginia officer named George Washington led a small expedition into the contested valley. He ambushed a French scouting party near what is now Pittsburgh, an event that set off a chain reaction. The French retaliated, forcing Washington to surrender at Fort Necessity. What might have remained a border skirmish quickly escalated into a broader war. By 1756, Britain and France were fully at war, dragging in their colonies and native allies. On one side stood British redcoats and colonial militias, allied with the Iroquois and some southern tribes. On the other stood French troops, Canadian militias, and native nations such as the Huron and Algonquin. The fighting was brutal, often waged in forests and along rivers where European battle tactics faltered. Raids devastated frontier settlements, burning homes and driving families eastward in terror. French forces captured forts, while British armies struggled with logistics and leadership. In 1759, however, the tide turned. Under William Pitt's leadership, Britain poured resources into the war, sending more troops and ships. The decisive blow came at Quebec, where British forces under General James Wolfe scaled cliffs and defeated the French in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham. By 1763, the Treaty of Paris ended the conflict. France ceded Canada to Britain, surrendered Louisiana to Spain, and effectively lost its empire in mainland North America. For the colonists, victory came with mixed consequences. On the one hand, French power was removed, opening the way for expansion. On the other, the war had been costly, and Britain expected its colonies to help pay. The conflict also left unresolved tensions with native nations. Pontiac, an Ottawa leader, forged a resistance in 1763 that attacked British forts and settlements, determined to defend native lands from encroachment. The rebellion was suppressed, but the British issued the Proclamation of 1763, forbidding settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains. For colonists eager to move into the Ohio Valley, this was infuriating. They had fought and died for access to that very land, only to be told it was off limits. The war also deepened the relationship between colonists and the British Army, but not in ways that fostered harmony. Colonists who had fought alongside redcoats resented the arrogance of British officers who looked down on them. They bristled at quartering troops and the heavy-handed discipline of the military. At the same time, Britain viewed the colonists as unruly and reluctant to pay their share. The stage was set for conflict not of muskets, but of taxes and protests. The financial burden of the war drove Britain to seek revenue. Parliament, facing staggering debts, turned to the colonies as a source of income. In 1764, the Sugar Act imposed duties on molasses and other imports, angering merchants who relied on Atlantic trade. In 1765, the Stamp Act went further, requiring printed documents, newspapers, contracts, even playing cards, to bear a revenue stamp. This was more than an inconvenience. It struck at the principle of consent. Colonists argued that Parliament had no right to tax them without their own representatives present. No taxation without representation became their rallying cry, a phrase that crystallized growing resentment. Protests erupted across the colonies. Merchants organized boycotts, refusing to import British goods. The Sons of Liberty, a secretive group of activists, intimidated tax collectors and staged demonstrations. In Boston, effigies of officials were burned, and crowds filled the streets in defiance. Colonial assemblies passed resolutions condemning the acts, and a Stamp Act Congress convened in 1765, uniting delegates from 9 colonies in a common stand. Britain eventually repealed the Stamp Act in 1766, but the Declaratory Act passed alongside it reminded colonists that Parliament claimed full authority over them. The victory was partial and fleeting, and the struggle was far from over. The Townshend Acts of 1767 reignited tensions, placing duties on glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. Colonists responded with renewed boycotts and smuggling, undermining the very revenue the laws sought to collect. British troops were stationed in Boston to enforce order, but their presence only deepened hostility. On March 5, 1770, a confrontation between soldiers and townspeople spiraled into violence. Shots were fired, and 5 colonists lay dead in what became known as the Boston Massacre. Paul Revere's engraving and fiery speeches from men like Samuel Adams turned the incident into propaganda, fueling outrage across the colonies. Though the Townshend duties were mostly repealed, the tax on tea remained as a symbol of Parliament's authority. It was tea that would provide the next dramatic turn. In 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act, granting the struggling British East India Company the right to sell tea directly to the colonies at reduced prices, undercutting colonial merchants. Though cheaper, the tea still carried the hated tax, and colonists saw it as a trick to lure them into accepting Parliament's authority. In December of that year, a group of men disguised as Mohawk warriors boarded ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. The Boston Tea Party, as it came to be called, was a bold act of defiance that electrified the colonies and infuriated Britain. The response from London was swift and harsh. In 1774, Parliament passed the Coercive Acts, known in the colonies as the Intolerable Acts. Boston Harbor was closed until the destroyed tea was paid for. The Massachusetts Charter was revoked. Town meetings were restricted, and British officials accused of crimes could be tried in England. To the colonists, these measures felt like tyranny. Far from isolating Boston, the acts rallied support from other colonies. Aid poured into Massachusetts, and leaders began to speak not of local grievances, but of a shared struggle for liberty. In September 1774, representatives from 12 colonies gathered in Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress. It was an extraordinary moment. Men from New England, the Middle Colonies, and the South sat together, debating, drafting petitions, and organizing resistance. They issued a Declaration of Rights, asserting their loyalty to the king, but denying Parliament's right to tax them. They organized a boycott of British goods and pledged to reconvene if their grievances were ignored. Though still hoping for reconciliation, the Congress marked a decisive step toward unity. Colonists who had once thought of themselves as Virginians, New Yorkers, or Bostonians now began to see themselves as part of something larger. But events were already racing ahead. British troops in Massachusetts prepared to enforce order, and colonial militias drilled in defiance. Pamphlets spread arguments for liberty, sermons spoke of divine justice, and taverns buzzed with talk of resistance. The road to revolution was nearly complete. What had begun with disputes over taxes and trade had grown into a question of rights, identity, and power. Colonists asked themselves whether they were subjects or citizens, whether they belonged to an empire or to something new, yet unformed. By the spring of 1775, the question would be answered with musket fire. The battles of Lexington and Concord lay just ahead, the first shots of a war that would decide the fate of the colonies. The petitions of Congress would give way to declarations, and the protests in the streets would become campaigns on the battlefield. The revolution was no longer a distant possibility, but an approaching storm. The colonies had walked the road of resistance, and now they stood at its end, ready to step into a war for independence. Chapter 8. The American Revolution. The night was quiet in Massachusetts, but it would not remain so. On April 18, 1775, riders galloped through the darkness, spreading word that British troops were on the move. Their mission was to seize colonial arms stored at Concord and to arrest rebel leaders hiding in the countryside. Among the riders was Paul Revere, whose warning cry, "The British are coming," has echoed through history, though in truth he never shouted so plainly, for secrecy was still essential. Villages stirred, bells rang, and militiamen grabbed their muskets. By morning, farmers and tradesmen, young boys and old veterans alike, gathered on the green at Lexington, prepared to defend what they considered their rights as free men. When the redcoats arrived, the two sides faced one another in tense silence. No one wanted to fire first, but someone did. No one knows who. A single shot cracked the still air, and chaos followed. Muskets roared, smoke filled the green, and when the brief clash ended, 8 colonists lay dead. The British pressed on to Concord, only to meet fiercer resistance. Minutemen poured in from the surrounding countryside. sniping from behind stone walls and trees, harassing the redcoats as they retreated back toward Boston. By the day's end, nearly 300 British soldiers were killed or wounded. The news spread like wildfire. Blood had been spilled, and the colonies were now at war. The shot heard round the world had been fired, and there was no turning back. In the weeks that followed, militia units from across New England surrounded Boston, laying siege to the city where British troops hunkered down. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed the determination of the colonists. Though technically a British victory, with redcoats capturing the high ground, it came at staggering cost. More than 1,000 casualties compared to about 400 colonial losses. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes, the colonists were told, conserving powder and shot. They fought with courage, proving that this was no mere mob but an army in the making. The Continental Congress, meeting once again in Philadelphia, recognized the need for unity and leadership. They appointed George Washington, a tall Virginian with a reputation for bravery from the French and Indian War, as commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Washington was not the most experienced general, nor the most brilliant tactician, but he possessed qualities essential to the cause: steadiness, dignity, and the ability to inspire men through hardship. He took command outside Boston in July 1775, inheriting an army short on supplies, discipline, and training. Yet he believed in the cause and would carry it through years of struggle. At first, many still hoped for reconciliation. The Congress sent the olive branch petition to King George III, affirming loyalty to the crown while protesting Parliament's actions. The king, however, rejected it outright, declaring the colonies in rebellion. By early 1776, the tone had changed. Pamphlets circulated, none more influential than Thomas Paine's Common Sense, which argued plainly for independence. Paine dismissed monarchy as absurd, calling for a republic where power derived from the people. His words struck like lightning, reaching farmers and merchants, artisans and sailors, galvanizing opinion toward a break with Britain. By the summer of 1776, the momentum was irresistible. On July 2nd, Congress voted in favor of independence, and 2 days later, on July 4th, it approved the final wording of the Declaration of Independence, drafted primarily by Thomas Jefferson. The document was both practical and poetic. It listed grievances against the king, taxation without consent, the quartering of troops, the dissolution of legislatures. But it also proclaimed a universal principle: that all men are created equal, endowed with unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These words, penned in the heat of revolution, would outlive the conflict itself, inspiring generations long after muskets fell silent. Copies were printed and spread through the colonies, read aloud in town squares, and celebrated with bonfires and ringing bells. The United States of America had been born. Yet, independence on paper did not mean independence in fact. The war was far from won. Britain was the most powerful empire in the world, with a professional army and a mighty navy. The Continental Army was poorly supplied, often unpaid, and prone to desertion. Washington faced defeat after defeat in the early stages. In the summer of 1776, British forces landed on Long Island with overwhelming numbers, driving Washington's army into retreat. New York City fell, and the rebels seemed on the verge of collapse. Many soldiers deserted, and morale plummeted. But Washington understood the importance of perseverance. In December 1776, with his army near disintegration, he struck a daring blow. On Christmas night, he led his men across the icy Delaware River, surprising a Hessian garrison at Trenton. The victory was small in scale but immense in spirit, reviving confidence in the cause. A week later, at Princeton, he struck again, outmaneuvering British forces. These victories reminded the colonies that the war was not lost, that courage and cunning could overcome superior might. The war dragged on, a grueling contest of endurance. Battles flared from the forests of New York to the fields of New Jersey, from the southern backcountry to the western frontier. The turning point came in 1777 at Saratoga. British General John Burgoyne marched south from Canada with hopes of cutting off New England from the rest of the colonies. But American forces under Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold harried his advance, surrounding him near Saratoga, New York. Burgoyne surrendered his entire army of over 5,000 men. It was a stunning victory, and its impact rippled far beyond the battlefield. Saratoga convinced France that the American cause was viable. For years, French ministers had watched the rebellion with interest, eager for revenge against Britain after their defeat in the 7 Years' War. Now they saw an opportunity. In 1778, France formally allied with the United States, recognizing its independence and providing military aid, money, and, most crucially, naval power. Later, Spain and the Dutch Republic joined the struggle against Britain, transforming what began as a colonial rebellion into a global war. Suddenly, Britain faced enemies not only in America, but across Europe and the seas. For the Continental Army, the alliance came as salvation. But the hardships were far from over. The winter at Valley Forge in 1777 to 1778 tested Washington's men to their limits. Lacking food, clothing, and shelter, they endured bitter cold and disease. Thousands died, and many wondered if the army would survive at all. Yet amid the suffering came renewal. Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer, drilled the men in discipline and tactics, transforming ragged militias into a more professional force. By spring, the army emerged hardened, better trained, and still loyal to Washington, whose presence and endurance kept the cause alive. The war spread south in its later years as Britain sought to rally loyalist support and exploit the plantation economy. Charleston fell in 1780, and the Carolinas became a battleground of raids, skirmishes, and brutal civil war between neighbors divided by loyalty. In this chaos, leaders like Nathanael Greene adopted hit-and-run tactics, wearing down British forces. The Swamp Fox, Francis Marion, became legendary for his guerrilla campaigns. Slowly, the British hold weakened, as loyalist support proved less dependable than expected, and American resilience refused to break. The final act came in Virginia. In 1781, British General Charles Cornwallis entrenched his army at Yorktown, awaiting reinforcements by sea. But the French fleet, under Admiral de Grasse, blockaded the Chesapeake, cutting off escape. Washington, seizing the moment, marched his army south with French forces under Rochambeau. Together, they laid siege to Yorktown, bombarding British positions until Cornwallis surrendered. On October 19, 1781, his army marched out to the tune of "The World Turned Upside Down." The war was not formally over, but the decisive victory at Yorktown broke Britain's will. Negotiations began, and in 1783, the Treaty of Paris recognized the independence of the United States. The revolution had been won, but at immense cost. Tens of thousands had died, cities had burned, families had been divided, and the economy was in ruins. Loyalists fled. Enslaved people sought freedom in both British and American lines. Native nations found themselves betrayed as treaties were ignored. Yet for the new nation, victory was also a beginning, an uncharted path towards self-government. The ideals declared in 1776 now had to be translated into institutions, laws, and realities. The United States was independent, but what kind of republic it would become remained undecided. From the Green at Lexington to the surrender at Yorktown, the Revolution had transformed a set of colonies into a people bound by a common cause. They had faced the might of empire, endured defeat and despair, and emerged with a fragile but real independence. The experiment was underway, and the world watched to see whether this republic would stand or falter. Ahead lay the challenge of building a government, crafting a constitution, and balancing liberty with order. The fight on the battlefield was over, but the struggle to define a nation had only just begun. Chapter 9. Building a Republic. The guns fell silent after Yorktown, but silence did not bring clarity. The United States had won independence, but what it had not yet won was stability. A collection of colonies had become states. But how they would unite, how they would govern themselves, and how they would survive in a world still dominated by monarchies and empires was uncertain. In 1783, the Treaty of Paris granted the new nation recognition and territory, stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi River. It was a vast inheritance, but also a daunting one. Victory had been achieved through unity of necessity. Now, unity had to be forged in law and practice. The question loomed. Could 13 fiercely independent states, jealous of their rights and suspicious of centralized power, build a republic strong enough to endure? The first attempt came in the Articles of Confederation. Drafted during the war and ratified in 1781, the Articles reflected the colonists' deep fear of tyranny. Having just fought a war against centralized authority, they were reluctant to hand too much power to any national government. Under the Articles, the states retained sovereignty, while the central government consisted of a single Congress. There was no executive branch, no judiciary, and no power to tax. Each state, regardless of size, had one vote. Congress could declare war, conduct diplomacy, and manage Western lands, but it had little authority to enforce its decisions. It was, by design, a weak union. At first, the Articles sufficed. The war was still raging, and the need for unity was urgent. But once peace arrived, the system's flaws became painfully clear. Congress could request funds from the states, but could not compel payment. It could not regulate trade between states, leaving tariffs and rivalries unchecked. Debts from the war mounted, and soldiers often went unpaid. Inflation devalued the fledgling currency, and foreign powers eyed the weak Confederation with contempt. Spain closed the Mississippi to American trade. Britain refused to evacuate forts in the Northwest Territory, confident that the United States lacked the strength to force them out. The weaknesses of the Articles became glaring during domestic unrest. In 1786, farmers in western Massachusetts, burdened by debt and high taxes, rose in rebellion under the leadership of Daniel Shays, a veteran of the Revolution. They closed courts to prevent foreclosures and clashed with state militia. Shays' rebellion was eventually put down, but it sent shockwaves through the nation. If the government could not maintain order within its own borders, how could it command respect abroad? To many leaders, the lesson was clear. The Articles of Confederation were inadequate, and the Republic risked collapsing unless a stronger framework could be built. By 1787, momentum gathered for change. Delegates from across the states convened in Philadelphia in what became the Constitutional Convention. Officially, their task was to revise the Articles, but soon it became clear that revision was not enough. Under the vaulted ceiling of Independence Hall, windows closed against prying eyes, 55 men debated the shape of a new government. Among them were figures who would become legends. George Washington, presiding with dignified silence. James Madison, small in stature but expansive in intellect, taking notes that would become the record of the proceedings. Benjamin Franklin, aged but sharp, offering wit and wisdom. Alexander Hamilton, fiery and impatient for a strong central government. The debates were fierce. Large states and small states clashed over representation. The Virginia Plan, crafted by Madison, called for representation based on population, favoring larger states. The New Jersey Plan countered with equal representation for each state. The compromise that emerged was the Great Compromise, a bicameral legislature, with a House of Representatives apportioned by population and a Senate granting equal votes to each state. It was a delicate balance that preserved unity while acknowledging diversity. Another compromise, far more troubling, concerned slavery. Southern delegates insisted on protecting the institution, while Northern delegates, though uneasy, accepted concessions to preserve the Union. Slaves would be counted as 3/5 of a person for purposes of representation and taxation. Congress was barred from prohibiting the slave trade for 20 years. These decisions left deep moral contradictions in the new Constitution, contradictions that would one day erupt into civil war. But in 1787, they were deemed necessary to secure agreement among the states. Debates also raged over the powers of the executive. Memories of monarchy haunted the delegates, yet they recognized the need for leadership. The solution was a presidency, vested with significant authority but checked by Congress and the judiciary. The president would command the military, negotiate treaties, and enforce laws. But elections every 4 years would ensure accountability. The judiciary, too, was established as an independent branch, interpreting laws and serving as a guardian of the Constitution. When the Constitution was completed in September 1787, it was sent to the states for ratification. The battle was not over. Fierce debates erupted between Federalists, who supported the new framework, and anti-Federalists, who feared it created a government too powerful and distant from the people. Federalists like Hamilton, Madison, and John Jay wrote essays, later collected as the Federalist Papers, arguing that the Constitution balanced energy with restraint, liberty with order. Anti-Federalists countered with warnings that individual rights were unprotected, that the president might become a king, and that states would be swallowed by central authority. Ratification was a close and contentious process. Some states, like Delaware and New Jersey, approved quickly. Others, like Virginia and New York, were deeply divided. What ultimately secured acceptance was the promise of amendments to protect individual liberties. These amendments became the Bill of Rights, drafted by Madison and ratified in 1791. The first 10 amendments guaranteed freedoms of speech, religion, press, and assembly, the right to bear arms, protections against unreasonable searches and cruel punishments, and the rights of the accused. Together, they reassured skeptics that the new government would respect the rights of citizens, even as it wielded greater power than the Articles had allowed. With ratification secured, the Constitution took effect in 1789, and George Washington was unanimously elected the first president. When he took the oath of office in New York City, then the nation's capital, the experiment began in earnest. Washington embodied the dignity and restraint that the young republic needed. He refused to be called Your Highness, preferring the simple Mr. President. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, Jefferson as Secretary of State, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War, establishing the cabinet system that would guide future administrations. Washington's presidency was a time of precedent. There were no models to follow, no guidebooks for how a republic should operate on such a scale. Every decision set an example. He oversaw the creation of a national bank, a judiciary system under the Judiciary Act of 1789, and the establishment of executive departments. He navigated domestic unrest, such as the Whiskey Rebellion of 1794, when farmers protested taxes on distilled spirits. Washington led troops personally to assert federal authority, demonstrating that the new government could and would enforce its laws. Foreign affairs posed challenges as well. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, dividing Americans over whether to support revolutionary France or maintain neutrality. Washington chose neutrality, believing the young nation too fragile for entanglement in European wars. His farewell address in 1796, as he stepped down after 2 terms, warned against political factions and foreign alliances, advice that would echo through generations. Washington's leadership gave the republic stability, but beneath his calm exterior, divisions were already emerging. Hamilton and Jefferson clashed bitterly over the direction of the nation. Hamilton favored strong federal power, commercial growth, and close ties to Britain, while Jefferson championed agrarian democracy, states' rights, and sympathy for revolutionary France. Their disagreements gave rise to the first political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans, signaling that unity would always be fragile in the new republic. Yet despite these divisions, the foundations were laid. A constitution had been written and ratified, a government had been established, and a president had guided it with steady hands. The republic was still young, still vulnerable, but it had survived its birth and begun to chart its course. The ideals proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence now had a framework to sustain them, even as contradictions remained unresolved. The promise of liberty coexisted uneasily with the reality of slavery. The rights of individuals thrived in law, but not always in practice. Still, the experiment held. As Washington retired to Mount Vernon, he left behind not only a nation, but a precedent of peaceful transfer of power. The republic he had helped create was no longer a fragile dream. It was a living government, tested in conflict and compromise, poised to face the challenges of expansion, division, and identity that lay ahead. The revolution had won independence. Now the republic had to learn to endure. And so the story moves forward. The Articles of Confederation had given way to a constitution, the Bill of Rights had safeguarded liberties, and a president had shown that leadership could be exercised without tyranny. But the new republic would not remain untroubled. The next years would bring fierce debates between Federalists and anti-Federalists, expansion across the continent, and another war with Britain. The early challenges of the republic were only the beginning, and the struggle to define what America would become had just begun. Chapter 10. Early Republic Challenges. The ink on the Constitution was scarcely dry before arguments erupted over its meaning. The Republic was young, fragile, and untested, and already the divisions among its leaders hinted at the difficulties ahead. For all the unity of the Revolution, independence had never erased the fundamental differences in vision. Some imagined a strong central government, guiding the nation with authority and fostering commerce, trade, and industry. Others saw such power as a dangerous echo of monarchy and believed the Republic would only remain true to its ideals if power stayed close to the people in the states and the countryside. These competing visions took shape in the bitter rivalry between Federalists and Anti-Federalists, and they would define the politics of the early Republic. The Federalists, led by Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, and their allies, championed a robust national government. They argued that the Constitution had wisely given the federal government powers sufficient to secure order, pay debts, and strengthen the nation's standing abroad. Hamilton, as Secretary of the Treasury, was the architect of much of this vision. He designed a plan to assume state debts from the Revolution, establish a national bank, and encourage manufacturing. He believed that commerce and industry would make the United States prosperous and independent of European powers. Federalists were strongest in cities, among merchants, bankers, and those with ties to international trade. The Anti-Federalists, soon to be known as Democratic Republicans under the leadership of Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, distrusted this concentration of power. Jefferson envisioned a republic of yeoman farmers, independent and virtuous, bound to the land rather than to markets. To him, the strength of America lay in its agrarian character, not in banks or factories. He warned that financial elites would dominate politics if Hamilton's vision prevailed, turning the republic into an oligarchy. The Anti-Federalists favored strict interpretation of the Constitution, limiting federal power to only what was explicitly stated. Their base was rural. Small farmers, frontiersmen, and those wary of coastal elites. The rivalry between these factions grew so sharp that Washington, despite his efforts to rise above partisanship, lamented the rise of political parties. Yet the differences were too deep to ignore. Newspapers, often subsidized by politicians, poured fuel on the fire, printing scathing attacks on rivals. Debates over treaties, taxes, and foreign policy grew personal and bitter. By the time John Adams, a Federalist, became the second president in 1797, the nation was already splitting along party lines. Adams' presidency was dominated by conflict with France, leading to the quasi-war at sea, and by domestic turmoil over the Alien and Sedition Acts, which restricted speech and targeted immigrants. Jefferson and his allies saw these laws as tyrannical, proof that Federalists sought to stifle liberty. The election of 1800, bitter and divisive, ended with Jefferson's victory, a revolution that transferred power peacefully from one party to another. It set a precedent for democracy, but it also confirmed that political division was now a permanent feature of the Republic. As political debates raged, the country itself was expanding. The frontier pushed westward, across the Appalachians and into the Ohio Valley. Settlers carved farms from forests, built cabins, and clashed with native nations who resisted encroachment. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 had laid out a system for admitting new states, promising that new lands would not remain colonies but would join the Union as equals. Yet the promise of equality did little to comfort the native peoples whose homelands were seized. Wars flared, such as the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794, where General Anthony Wayne defeated native confederations, forcing them to cede much of Ohio. Expansion westward was both a triumph for settlers seeking land and a tragedy for indigenous nations whose futures grew more precarious. The hunger for land and opportunity reached new heights with the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Jefferson, once a critic of centralized power, seized the chance to double the size of the nation when Napoleon Bonaparte offered to sell the vast Louisiana Territory. For $15 million, the United States acquired land stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. Jefferson justified the purchase as a way to secure land for future generations of farmers, though it tested his strict interpretation of the Constitution, for no clause explicitly authorized such a purchase. He reasoned pragmatically, and the Senate approved. The acquisition not only transformed the nation's geography, but also confirmed the tension between ideals and necessity that would define American politics. The new lands invited exploration, and Jefferson commissioned the Corps of Discovery under Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their expedition, beginning in 1804, ventured up the Missouri River, across the Rockies, and to the Pacific, mapping the terrain, cataloging plants and animals, and establishing relations with native peoples. With the help of Sacagawea, a Shoshone woman who guided and interpreted, they returned in 1806 with reports that fired the imagination of Americans. The continent seemed vast and full of promise, and westward expansion would become a defining theme of the century to come. But expansion also brought new conflicts abroad. The United States was a young nation, navigating a world dominated by European empires still locked in war. Britain and France resumed hostilities in the Napoleonic Wars, and both sides interfered with American shipping. British naval power was supreme, and the Royal Navy often stopped American vessels, seizing sailors in a practice known as impressment, claiming they were deserters from British service. To Americans, this was an insult to sovereignty and an outrage to liberty. Tensions mounted as frontier settlers also accused Britain of arming native resistance in the Northwest. By 1812, the pressure could no longer be contained. Congress declared war on Britain, beginning the War of 1812. Support for the war was strongest in the South and West, where war hawks like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun demanded defense of national honor. New England merchants, dependent on trade, opposed the war, exposing the deep regional divisions within the Republic. The war itself was a struggle of endurance. American attempts to invade Canada faltered, with defeats at Detroit and Queenston Heights. On the seas, however, American frigates like the USS Constitution won surprising victories, proving that the young Navy could stand against Britain's mighty fleet. The Great Lakes became a theater of war. With Oliver Hazard Perry's triumph at Lake Erie in 1813 securing American control, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours," Perry declared, lifting morale. In the South, General Andrew Jackson rose to prominence. He led American forces against the Creek, defeating them at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in 1814, forcing cessions of millions of acres of native land. Jackson's most famous victory came after the war had officially ended. The Battle of New Orleans in January 1815, where his ragtag force of militia, frontiersmen, free black soldiers, and even pirates repelled a massive British assault, inflicting heavy casualties. News of the victory, arriving alongside the Treaty of Ghent that ended the war, created a sense that America had triumphed, even though the treaty restored boundaries to their pre-war state. The war was inconclusive on paper, but its impact was profound. It confirmed the United States' independence, proving that the nation could stand against Britain a second time. It spurred nationalism, as Americans celebrated heroes like Jackson and Perry. It weakened native resistance in the Northwest and South, opening lands to further expansion. Yet, it also exposed fractures. The Hartford Convention, where New England Federalists aired grievances and even discussed secession, discredited the Federalist Party, leading to its collapse. In the aftermath, Jefferson's Democratic Republicans dominated, ushering in what was called the era of good feelings, though divisions would soon re-emerge. The early republic had survived challenges that might have broken it. Bitter political rivalries, constitutional uncertainty, economic fragility, expansionist pressures, and war against the world's greatest empire. The nation was still young, still imperfect, but it had grown stronger. The Constitution had held, the frontier had advanced, and a sense of identity was beginning to take shape. Americans saw themselves not merely as former colonists, but as a people with a destiny, stewards of a continent, heirs to liberty and opportunity. Yet beneath the celebration of unity and growth lay contradictions unresolved. Slavery expanded westward alongside settlement, planting seeds of future conflict. Native nations were pushed further from their lands, their treaties broken. Regional divisions remained stark, with the South bound to plantations and slavery, New England tied to commerce and industry, and the West restless and ambitious. The Republic had endured its first great tests, but greater ones lay ahead. As the smoke cleared from the War of 1812 and the ink dried on new treaties and land deals, Americans turned their gaze westward once again. The Mississippi no longer marked a frontier, but a gateway. The dream of expansion, the belief that the Republic's future stretched across the continent, grew stronger. Ahead lay the age of manifest destiny, when ambition, opportunity, and conflict would drive the United States to expand beyond imagination. But for now, in the early years of the 19th century, the Republic stood tested but unbroken, ready for the next chapter in its story. Chapter 11. Manifest Destiny. By the 1830s and 1840s, the young Republic had survived its earliest storms. It had endured foreign wars, bitter political divisions, and experiments in governance. Now it turned its gaze westward, drawn by a restless energy that seemed woven into its very fabric. The phrase that captured this drive was manifest destiny, coined by journalist John L. O'Sullivan in 1845, who declared that it was America's providential right to spread across the continent. It was not merely expansion of land, but an expansion of identity. A belief that the Republic's future stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and that nothing, neither mountains, rivers, nor the peoples already living on the land, should stand in its way. But destiny is never innocent. For those who embraced the idea, westward expansion meant opportunity, freedom, and fortune. For others, especially native peoples, it meant loss, displacement, and tragedy. To trace this era is to see both the triumph and the cost of expansion, a story of ambition and suffering intertwined. The push west had begun even before the phrase was coined. Farmers, hunters, and adventurers crossed the Appalachians into the Ohio Valley, carving farms from forests and clashing with native nations. The Louisiana Purchase had doubled the nation's size, and the Lewis and Clark expedition had revealed the vastness of the continent. But now the pace quickened. The invention of the steamboat opened rivers to commerce, and new canals, like the Erie Canal completed in 1825, linked the interior to eastern ports. Railroads, still in their infancy, hinted at a future where steel would span the land. The frontier beckoned, and settlers answered. Yet westward expansion collided with the reality that these lands were not empty. They were home to hundreds of native nations, each with deep roots, cultures, and claims. From the Cherokee and Creek in the southeast to the Lakota and Cheyenne on the plains. From the Comanche in Texas to the Chinook in the Pacific Northwest, Indigenous peoples stood in the path of America's march. For many leaders in Washington, the solution was removal. Andrew Jackson, who rose to fame as a general in the War of 1812, became the most forceful advocate. As president in the 1830s, he pushed through the Indian Removal Act, authorizing the government to relocate tribes from their ancestral homelands to lands west of the Mississippi. Some native nations resisted through courts and diplomacy. The Cherokee, adopting a written constitution and appealing to U.S. law, won recognition of their sovereignty in Worcester versus Georgia. But Jackson reportedly defied the decision, declaring, "John Marshall has made his decision. Now let him enforce it." Federal power and settler hunger proved stronger than legal arguments. Soldiers and state militias drove tribes from their homes. The most infamous of these forced relocations was the Trail of Tears. Beginning in 1838, the Cherokee were marched from their homes in Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina to what is now Oklahoma. Along the 1,000-mile journey, thousands perished from hunger, exposure, and disease. Old men, women, and children collapsed by the roadside, their families forced onward. Similar fates befell the Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole. Entire nations were uprooted, their lands seized for cotton plantations worked by enslaved labor. Expansion for some meant devastation for others, and the Trail of Tears remains one of the darkest chapters in America's story. While native peoples were pushed aside, settlers surged westward in ever greater numbers. Texas became one of the most dramatic theaters of this expansion. In the 1820s, Mexico invited American settlers to colonize its northern territory, offering land in what was then sparsely populated Texas. Thousands came, bringing with them not only their ambitions, but also their enslaved laborers, despite Mexico's abolition of slavery. Tensions grew between Mexican authorities and Anglo settlers, and by the mid-1830s, rebellion erupted. The Texas Revolution produced iconic moments. At the Alamo in 1836, a small band of Texans, including Davy Crockett and Jim Bowie, held off a much larger Mexican army under General Santa Anna. They were eventually overwhelmed, and nearly all defenders were killed. Remember the Alamo became a rallying cry for independence. Soon after, at the Battle of San Jacinto, Texan forces under Sam Houston defeated Santa Anna and secured Texas independence. The Republic of Texas was born, though it remained controversial. Many in the United States hesitated to annex it, fearing war with Mexico and the deepening of sectional tensions over slavery. For nearly a decade, Texas stood as its own republic, a symbol of American expansionist zeal and a harbinger of conflict to come. Farther north and west, settlers blazed trails across the continent. The Oregon Trail became a highway of dreams, carrying families in covered wagons from Missouri to the fertile valleys of Oregon. The journey was long, grueling, and often deadly. Wagons creaked across endless plains, forded rivers swollen with spring rains, and inched over mountain passes where snow and hunger threatened. Disease was a constant companion, with cholera sweeping through wagon trains. Graves dotted the trail, silent markers of lives lost in pursuit of a new start. Yet for those who survived, the promise of rich farmland and a fresh beginning justified the hardships. The Oregon Territory was contested, claimed by both Britain and the United States. But the steady stream of American settlers shifted the balance. 54-40 or fight became a slogan, demanding U.S. control up to the northern boundary at latitude 54 degrees 40 minutes. In the end, compromise prevailed, and in 1846, the boundary was set at the 49th parallel. Oregon became part of the American domain, further proof that the tide of settlement was irresistible. As the 1840s progressed, expansion reached its fever pitch with the lure of gold. In 1848, gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill in California, and the news spread like wildfire. By 1849, tens of thousands of prospectors, known as 49ers, flooded into California from across the nation and around the world. Ships crowded San Francisco's harbor, while wagons clogged trails across the continent. Men abandoned farms, businesses, and families in the hope of striking it rich. The gold rush transformed California almost overnight. Boom towns sprang up, fortunes were made and lost, and lawlessness often ruled. Some found nuggets that changed their lives. More found only hardship and disappointment. Yet even those who failed left behind farms, businesses, and communities that endured. The gold rush accelerated California's path to statehood, diversified its population with immigrants from China, Latin America, and Europe, and demonstrated the magnetic pull of opportunity that defined the American dream. Manifest Destiny was not only about land and wealth. It was about belief. Many Americans saw expansion as a moral mission, spreading liberty, democracy, and civilization. But for Native peoples, it meant dispossession. For Mexico, it meant war. For enslaved Africans, it meant the spread of bondage into new territories. The triumphs of expansion carried within them the seeds of division. For every new territory raised the question, would slavery expand as well? This question would grow louder, more urgent, until it consumed the nation. By the mid-19th century, the United States stretched from ocean to ocean. Railroads and telegraphs were beginning to shrink distances, and settlers were planting flags in places once thought unreachable. The nation was larger, richer, and more confident than ever. But it was also more divided. The very energy that fueled expansion also deepened sectional conflict. The South looked west and saw new lands for cotton and slavery. The North looked west and saw opportunity for free labor and free soil. Chapter 12. Slavery and Sectionalism. The great tide of expansion that carried Americans westward brought with it a question that could not be ignored. Would the new lands be free or slave? Manifest Destiny had pushed the nation from the Atlantic to the Pacific. But each new territory forced a reckoning with the institution that lay at the heart of American contradiction. The Declaration of Independence had proclaimed liberty as an unalienable right. But millions remained enslaved, their lives bound in chains, their labor stolen. As the 19th century unfolded, slavery and the sectional divisions it deepened came to dominate the nation's politics, economy, and conscience. The rise of the cotton economy transformed slavery from a fading remnant into a powerful engine of wealth and conflict. In the colonial era, tobacco, rice, and indigo had driven Southern agriculture. But by the late 18th century, many believed slavery might wither away. The invention of the cotton gin by Eli Whitney in 1793 changed everything. Suddenly, short staple cotton, which could grow in vast regions of the South, became profitable. The gin separated seeds from fiber with astonishing speed. turning what had once been tedious work into a lucrative enterprise. Demand from British and northern textile mills soared, and the South became a cotton kingdom. Fields of white stretched across Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. Cotton became the nation's leading export, feeding factories in Manchester and New England, linking the South to global markets. But with cotton's rise came an insatiable hunger for labor. The domestic slave trade flourished as enslaved people were sold from the older states of the Upper South to the booming cotton lands of the Deep South. Families were torn apart on auction blocks, children separated from parents, husbands from wives. Traders marched chained coffles of enslaved men and women hundreds of miles to new plantations, where the cycle of toil, punishment, and despair repeated. The cotton economy concentrated wealth in the hands of planters, creating a powerful elite that dominated Southern politics and culture. They defended slavery as not merely an economic necessity, but a positive good. A system they claimed was sanctioned by Scripture and superior to the wage slavery of northern factories. They argued that enslaved Africans were cared for by their masters, clothed and fed. Though the reality was whippings, backbreaking labor, and lives circumscribed by the will of others. Southern society became rigidly stratified, with planters at the top, poor whites aspiring to rise, and enslaved people at the bottom, their voices silenced but never extinguished. While the South entrenched itself in slavery, voices in the North grew louder in opposition. The abolitionist movement, once a fringe cause, gained momentum in the early 19th century. Some were inspired by religious revival, by the belief that slavery was a sin that corrupted both master and slave. Others saw it as a violation of the nation's founding ideals. Activists published newspapers, delivered fiery speeches, and organized societies dedicated to the cause. William Lloyd Garrison, in his paper The Liberator, demanded immediate emancipation, declaring he would not retreat or be silenced. Frederick Douglass, who had escaped slavery, electrified audiences with his eloquence, recounting his own bondage and exposing the cruelty of the system. Harriet Beecher Stowe's novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, published in 1852, reached millions, stirring empathy and outrage with its portrayal of slavery's brutality. The Underground Railroad became a lifeline for those who fled bondage. Secret networks of safe houses and allies guided escapees northward, often at great risk. Harriet Tubman, herself an escaped slave, returned again and again to lead others to freedom, earning the nickname Moses for her courage. Every runaway challenged the institution of slavery, every act of defiance a reminder that human beings could not be property. Yet each success deepened Southern fears, feeding paranoia about abolitionist conspiracies and slave revolts. The political system struggled to contain these growing tensions. Again and again, Congress sought compromise to balance the interests of free and slave states. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a line across the Louisiana Territory. Slavery would be prohibited north of latitude 36 degrees 30 minutes, permitted south of it. For a time, the compromise held, but it was a temporary patch on a widening fissure. As new lands opened from the Mexican-American War, the question resurfaced with renewed urgency. Would slavery expand into Texas, New Mexico, and California? The Compromise of 1850 tried to settle matters. California entered as a free state. The territories of New Mexico and Utah were left to decide by popular sovereignty, and the Fugitive Slave Act was strengthened, requiring citizens even in free states to assist in the capture of runaways. The act outraged Northerners, who saw federal power enforcing slavery on their very doorsteps. It galvanized abolitionists, created martyrs of those who resisted, and further poisoned relations between North and South. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 inflamed the crisis further. It repealed the Missouri Compromise line, leaving the decision to settlers themselves through popular sovereignty. Pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers poured into Kansas, and violence erupted. Bleeding Kansas became a battlefield, with towns burned, men murdered, and neighbors turned enemies. The conflict revealed that compromise was failing, that blood was already being shed over slavery's future. In 1857, the Supreme Court delivered a decision that struck at the heart of the matter. The Dred Scott case involved an enslaved man who sued for freedom on the grounds that he had lived in a free territory. The court's ruling was devastating. It declared that African Americans, free or enslaved, could not be citizens and had no standing to sue. It went further, declaring the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional, stating that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories. Chief Justice Roger Taney's opinion effectively opened all Western lands to slavery and branded Black Americans as permanently outside the body politic. The decision outraged Northerners, who saw it as proof that the slave power controlled the government. It emboldened Southerners, who now claimed legal sanction for expanding slavery anywhere. The fragile balance was broken. The political center collapsed as parties realigned. The Whigs disintegrated. The Republican Party emerged, committed to preventing slavery's spread. Sectionalism hardened into animosity, with trust between North and South eroding daily. Meanwhile, the cotton economy only deepened dependence on slavery. The South exported millions of bales each year, fueling not only its own prosperity, but also the industrial growth of the North and Britain. Every dollar earned in Southern fields, every yard of fabric woven in Northern mills, was touched by slavery. And yet, the moral question refused to fade. Ministers thundered from pulpits, writers exposed horrors, and politicians clashed in Congress, sometimes violently, as in 1856, when Senator Charles Sumner was beaten nearly to death on the Senate floor for condemning slavery. The United States had grown in size, wealth, and power, but it had grown more divided as well. Slavery was no longer an issue to be contained by compromise. It was the defining issue, the one that cut through every debate and shadowed every policy. The rise of cotton had tied the South to slavery's chains. The abolitionist movement had awakened the conscience of the North. And the Dred Scott decision had declared, in stark legal terms, that the Republic was a white man's nation. By the late 1850s, the path to reconciliation narrowed. The election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, on a platform that opposed the spread of slavery into the territories, would be the final spark. But even before that moment, the nation was already trembling on the brink. Sectionalism had become secessionism in waiting, and the storm was gathering. The story of slavery and sectionalism is the story of a nation wrestling with its soul, torn between ideals of liberty and the reality of bondage. Expansion had magnified the contradiction, compromise had delayed but not resolved it, and the courts had enshrined it. The reckoning was coming, and it would be paid for in blood. Ahead lies the chapter of civil war, where brothers would fight brothers, where fields would run red, and where the fate of the Union and of slavery itself would finally be decided. The United States had expanded across the continent, but now it would have to decide whether it could survive its own divisions. Chapter 13. The Civil War. The election of 1860 marked a turning point in the American experiment. Abraham Lincoln, a tall, lanky lawyer from Illinois, little known outside of political circles just a few years before, now stood as president of a country teetering on the edge of fracture. His victory was decisive in the Electoral College, but deeply sectional in nature. He had not carried a single Southern state, and in much of the South, his name hadn't even appeared on the ballot. To many in the slave-holding states, his election was not just a political defeat, but a harbinger of catastrophe. They believed Lincoln and his Republican Party represented an existential threat to the institution of slavery, the cornerstone upon which their social and economic order rested. South Carolina moved first. In December 1860, even before Lincoln had taken the oath of office, its legislature voted for secession. One by one, other Deep South states followed: Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. By February 1861, delegates from these states met in Montgomery, Alabama, and declared themselves a new nation, the Confederate States of America. They wrote a constitution resembling that of the United States, but with one glaring difference: it explicitly protected slavery. They chose Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi and Secretary of War, as their president. Lincoln, inaugurated in March, found himself in a nearly impossible position. He was determined to preserve the Union, but he also knew that conciliation at the expense of principle would mean surrendering the very future of the Republic. He faced an agonizing dilemma: how to reassert federal authority without sparking full-scale war. The flashpoint came at Fort Sumter, a federal garrison in Charleston Harbor. In April 1861, Confederate forces demanded its surrender. When the Union commander refused, Southern guns opened fire. For 34 hours, shells rained down on the fort until the defenders, out of food and supplies, capitulated. Remarkably, no one was killed in the bombardment, but the political effect was electrifying. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response in the North was immediate. Men poured into recruiting stations, convinced they were embarking on a short campaign to restore national unity. In the South, the call to arms provoked outrage. 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, joined the Confederacy. The war that many had feared, and others had thought impossible, had begun. Few in April 1861 could have imagined the scale of the conflict to come. Both sides believed it would be over quickly. Southerners bragged that one Confederate was worth 10 Yankees, while Northerners dismissed the rebellion as the work of hot-headed planters that could be extinguished with a swift campaign. But within weeks, reality intruded. At the Battle of Bull Run in July 1861, Union forces, green and untested, were routed by Confederate troops under General Thomas "Stonewall" Jackson. The shocking defeat revealed that the war would not be short or easy. Lincoln, often underestimated at the beginning of his presidency, proved himself a leader of immense resilience. He weathered constant criticism from politicians, generals, and the press, yet remained focused on the larger purpose of preserving the Union. He replaced one ineffective general after another, until he found in Ulysses S. Grant, a man of unassuming demeanor but unshakable determination, the commander who could match his vision. The war unfolded on multiple fronts. In the East, Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, won stunning victories at places like Fredericksburg and Chancellorsville. where his audacity and tactical brilliance overcame Union numerical superiority. In the West, however, the Union gained crucial momentum. Grant's victories at Fort Donelson, Shiloh, and later Vicksburg slowly pried open the Mississippi River, dividing the Confederacy. Meanwhile, the war was fought not only with armies, but with ideas. At its heart lay the question of slavery. Lincoln, at first cautious, insisted the war was about preserving the Union, not abolishing slavery. He feared that too radical a stance would drive the border slave states, Kentucky, Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware, into the Confederacy. But as the war dragged on, it became increasingly clear that slavery was both the cause and the sustenance of the rebellion. Slaves provided labor for Southern farms and fortifications. Their emancipation would strike at the Confederacy's economic core. In September 1862, after the bloody stalemate at Antietam, the single bloodiest day in American history, Lincoln seized the moment. He issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that as of January 1st, 1863, all enslaved people in the rebellious states would be free. The move was revolutionary. It transformed the war from a battle to restore the Union into a moral crusade against slavery. It also opened the door for African Americans to enlist in the Union Army, and nearly 200,000 would eventually do so, proving their courage and skill on battlefields from Louisiana to Virginia. The Confederacy reeled under the twin pressures of battlefield losses and internal strains. Inflation ravaged its economy, shortages plagued civilians, and discontent simmered. Yet Lee's army remained a formidable force, and in 1863 he sought to carry the war into the North. His invasion of Pennsylvania culminated in the Battle of Gettysburg, a three-day clash that became the war's turning point. Union forces, under General George Meade, repelled Lee's assault, including the ill-fated Pickett's Charge, in which Confederate troops were mowed down in open fields. Lee's army was forced to retreat, never again to mount a major offensive in the North. Just a day after Gettysburg, far to the west, Grant captured Vicksburg, securing Union control of the Mississippi River and cutting the Confederacy in two. These twin victories in July 1863 marked the beginning of the Confederacy's slow decline, though the war would grind on for nearly 2 more years. Lincoln, in November of that year, traveled to the battlefield at Gettysburg to dedicate a cemetery for the Union dead. In just 272 words, he redefined the meaning of the war. The Gettysburg Address proclaimed that the struggle was not simply about preserving a union of states, but about ensuring a new birth of freedom, so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. As the war entered its final phase, Union strategy shifted toward total war, breaking not just Confederate armies, but also the will of the Southern people to continue fighting. In 1864, General William Tecumseh Sherman launched his infamous March to the Sea. After capturing Atlanta, a vital industrial and railroad hub, Sherman's troops cut a swath of destruction through Georgia, burning crops, tearing up rail lines, and devastating infrastructure. His goal was to make the Confederacy understand the futility of resistance. To Southerners, it was a nightmare of fire and ruin. To Northerners, it was the decisive stroke that promised victory. In April 1865, with Union armies closing in, Lee's exhausted forces finally surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. The war that had begun with cannons firing on Fort Sumter ended with quiet dignity as Lee, immaculate in dress, handed over his sword to Grant, who allowed the defeated soldiers to return home with their horses. Grant's magnanimity symbolized Lincoln's vision of reconciliation, with malice toward none, with charity for all. But the promise of healing was cut short. Just days after Lee's surrender, on the evening of April 14, 1865, Abraham Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theater in Washington. There, he was shot by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer. Lincoln died the next morning, plunging the nation into grief. He did not live to see the Union fully restored, nor to guide the country through the turbulent years of Reconstruction. The Civil War cost more American lives than any other conflict before or since. Over 600,000 dead, countless more wounded, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Yet from its carnage emerged a transformed nation. Slavery was abolished. The idea of the United States as a perpetual union, indivisible, was secured. And the dream of liberty, though incomplete and fraught with contradictions, had been proclaimed as a national ideal. The legacy of the Civil War is written not only in the cemeteries and battlefields, but in the political and cultural DNA of the United States. It was a crucible in which the Republic was tested, nearly destroyed, and remade. The issues it raised, race, equality, the balance of power between state and federal authority, would continue to echo for generations. And yet, as the guns fell silent, the country faced its next great test. How would the Union heal the wounds of war? How would 4 million newly freed men, women, and children find their place in a society that had once enslaved them? And how would a nation that had seen so much bloodshed reconcile freedom with unity? These questions would dominate the years ahead, as America moved into the era of Reconstruction, still haunted by the shadows of its greatest conflict. Chapter 14: Reconstruction and Resistance. The guns had fallen silent in the spring of 1865, but the end of the Civil War did not bring immediate peace to the United States. Instead, it opened a new and uncertain chapter, one that would determine not just whether the Union could be preserved, but what kind of nation it would become. The battlefield victories had destroyed the Confederacy, but the deeper question remained. What would freedom mean for the 4 million enslaved people who now found themselves legally free? And how could a country so scarred by war, divided in memory, and unequal in opportunity be bound together again? At the heart of these questions was the institution of slavery itself. The Emancipation Proclamation had declared enslaved people in rebellious states free, but it was only a wartime measure, dependent on Union victory. With that victory secured, the need to make emancipation permanent and universal pressed forward. In December 1865, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution was ratified, abolishing slavery throughout the United States. Its language was stark in its simplicity. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States. With those words, the cornerstone of the Southern system was legally destroyed. But freedom on paper was not the same as freedom in practice. The immediate aftermath of emancipation was filled with hope and uncertainty. For many freedmen and freedwomen, the first acts of freedom were deeply personal, seeking out long-lost family members sold away during slavery, choosing new surnames to assert their independence, establishing churches and schools. African American communities, often with the help of Northern missionaries and aid societies, began building the foundations of education and self-sufficiency. Yet the challenges were immense. Freed people owned little land, had few resources, and faced hostility from white neighbors who had lost not only a war, but the social order that had defined their lives. Recognizing the enormity of the task, Congress created the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. Officially named the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, it was established as a temporary agency to help transition the South from slavery to freedom. Bureau agents, often stretched thin across vast territories, tried to provide food and medical aid, set up schools, negotiate labor contracts, and mediate disputes. In many places, the Bureau served as the only real authority protecting freed people from exploitation and violence. Schools founded under its supervision laid the foundation for African American education, and teachers, many of them young women from the North, became symbols of the new possibilities freedom could bring. But the Bureau was always underfunded, understaffed, and resented by white Southerners, who saw it as an instrument of Northern domination. Reconstruction unfolded in phases, often dictated by political struggles in Washington. President Andrew Johnson, who had succeeded Lincoln after his assassination, favored a lenient policy toward the South. A Southerner himself, though a Unionist, Johnson quickly moved to restore Southern states to the Union with minimal conditions. He required them to repudiate secession, ratify the 13th Amendment, and swear loyalty to the Union. But he placed no significant safeguards for the rights of freed people. Under Johnson's lenient terms, many former Confederate leaders found their way back into power, and Southern legislatures began enacting black codes, laws that severely restricted the freedom of African Americans. These codes often required black workers to sign yearly labor contracts, limited their ability to own property, and imposed harsh penalties for vagrancy, effectively attempting to recreate slavery in all but name. Northern outrage at these developments was fierce. Radical Republicans in Congress, determined to reshape the South and secure rights for freed people, clashed with Johnson in a bitter power struggle. By 1867, Congress had taken control of Reconstruction, passing the Reconstruction Acts over Johnson's veto. These laws divided the South into military districts, placing them under Union generals until new governments could be formed. To be readmitted to the Union, Southern states were required to ratify the 14th Amendment, which granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States and guaranteed equal protection of the laws. The 14th Amendment was revolutionary. For the first time, the Constitution explicitly defined citizenship and extended its protections to African Americans. It was meant to ensure that states could not strip away the rights of freedmen, though in practice, enforcement would remain uneven. 3 years later, the 15th Amendment sought to guarantee that the right to vote could not be denied on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Taken together, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, sometimes called the Reconstruction Amendments, represented one of the most dramatic expansions of liberty in American history. During these years, the South saw remarkable, if short-lived, transformations. African American men voted in large numbers and were elected to local and state offices. In some Southern legislatures, they formed significant blocks of power, working alongside white Republicans to draft new constitutions, expand public education, and modernize infrastructure. At the national level, African Americans such as Hiram Revels and Blanche K. Bruce took seats in the U.S. Senate, while others served in the House of Representatives. The very sight of black men participating in government shocked many white Southerners, who had never before considered them equals, let alone leaders. But progress was met with fierce resistance. White supremacist groups sprang up across the South, the most infamous being the Ku Klux Klan. Founded in Tennessee in 1866, the Klan began as a secret society, but quickly grew into a paramilitary organization dedicated to restoring white dominance. Hooded figures rode by night, terrorizing black families, burning schools and churches, and using lynching, whipping, and intimidation to suppress black political activity. Violence was systematic, designed to remind freed people that legal freedom could not guarantee safety. The federal government attempted to combat this wave of terror. Congress passed the Enforcement Acts in the early 1870s, giving the president authority to use federal troops against the Klan and to prosecute violations of civil rights. President Ulysses S. Grant, elected in 1868, used these powers vigorously, and for a time, Klan activity subsided. Yet the deeper hostility toward Reconstruction remained embedded in Southern society, where many whites viewed the new racial order as an illegitimate imposition. Economically, the promise of land and independence for freed people remained elusive. The famous phrase, 40 acres and a mule, born out of General William Tecumseh Sherman's wartime order to redistribute land in parts of the South, raised hopes that emancipation would be accompanied by land ownership. But after the war, most of this land was returned to former Confederates. Deprived of land, many freedmen entered into arrangements known as sharecropping. Under this system, African American families rented small plots of land from white landowners, paying with a share of the crop they produced. On the surface, it offered a measure of independence, but in reality, it often trapped families in cycles of debt and dependency. Sharecropping became the backbone of the post-war Southern economy, ensuring that while slavery was gone, economic exploitation remained. As the 1870s progressed, Northern interest in Reconstruction waned. The costs of military occupation, combined with political corruption scandals in Washington and economic depression after the Panic of 1873, sapped the will to enforce change in the South. White supremacist groups regrouped under new names, forming paramilitary organizations like the White League and the Red Shirts, which openly used violence to intimidate black voters and overthrow Republican governments. By 1877, Reconstruction came to an end through political compromise. In the contested presidential election of 1876, both Rutherford B. Hayes, the Republican candidate, and Samuel J. Tilden, the Democrat, claimed victory. A backroom deal resolved the crisis. Democrats agreed to accept Hayes as president, while Republicans promised to withdraw federal troops from the South. Without federal protection, Reconstruction governments collapsed almost overnight, and white Democrats, calling themselves Redeemers, regained control. The decades that followed were marked by what historians call the rise of Jim Crow. Southern legislatures enacted a web of laws mandating racial segregation in schools, transportation, public facilities, and virtually every aspect of life. Voting rights, nominally protected by the 15th Amendment, were systematically stripped away through poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses designed to exclude African Americans without explicitly naming race. Violence remained an ever-present threat, as lynchings became a grotesque tool of social control. For African Americans, the promises of Reconstruction had given way to a new system of racial oppression. Yet even in the face of Jim Crow, black communities built institutions of resilience, churches, schools, fraternal organizations that became the foundation for future struggles. Leaders like Frederick Douglass, who had lived to see slavery abolished, now warned of a new slavery of discrimination and segregation. The dream of equality had not been extinguished, but it had been deferred. Reconstruction was, in many ways, America's first great attempt at interracial democracy. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that the nation could be remade, that the sacrifices of the Civil War could yield a society grounded in equality. But resistance proved powerful, and the compromises of politics allowed white supremacy to reassert itself. Still, the amendments and precedents of this era planted seeds that would bear fruit generations later, during the civil rights movement of the 20th century. The Civil War had settled the question of union and ended the institution of slavery. But Reconstruction revealed how difficult it was to transform a society so deeply divided. The war had been fought with cannons and rifles. The Reconstruction was fought with laws, ballots, and terror. In that struggle, freedom was proclaimed, then curtailed, then left unfinished. The shadow of that unfinished freedom would linger long into the next century, shaping the history of America in ways few in 1865 could have foreseen. And as the nation moved into the dawn of the Gilded Age, new challenges would arise. The United States was on the cusp of extraordinary economic growth, powered by railroads, factories, and an influx of immigrants. But beneath the glitter of prosperity lay new inequalities, new conflicts between labor and capital, and a country still wrestling with the meaning of freedom. The story of Reconstruction, with its triumphs and betrayals, would cast a long shadow over this next era in American history. Chapter 15. The Gilded Age. The end of Reconstruction left the South in the grip of Jim Crow and the North exhausted by years of political turmoil. But across the nation, a new story was unfolding, one that would define the next half-century of American life. It was a story of iron and steam, of glittering fortunes and grinding poverty, of cities rising toward the sky and workers striking in the streets. Mark Twain famously dubbed the era the Gilded Age, a phrase meant to suggest that beneath the shining surface of wealth and progress lay corruption, inequality, and unresolved tensions. It was a time when America transformed from a largely agrarian republic into a modern industrial powerhouse, and in the process, remade its society, economy, and politics. At the center of this transformation stood the railroads. Nothing symbolized the dynamism of the late 19th century more than the steel tracks that stretched across the continent. Before the war, railroads had been regional and fragmented. Afterward, they expanded with astonishing speed, binding together east and west, north and south. The completion of the first transcontinental railroad in 1869, marked by the driving of the Golden Spike at Promontory Point, Utah, was more than a feat of engineering. It was the physical realization of a continental vision. Goods, people, and ideas could now move across 3,000 miles in a matter of days rather than months. The railroads did more than connect cities. They created them. Towns sprang up along the lines, dependent on the passing trains for commerce and survival. Entire industries shifted to take advantage of the new network. Farmers in the Midwest could ship wheat to markets in New York, and cattle from Texas could be sent to Chicago stockyards and onto Eastern tables. But the railroads were also symbols of concentrated wealth and power. Financed by federal land grants and subsidies, they became playgrounds for speculators and magnets for corruption. Railroad tycoons such as Cornelius Vanderbilt, Leland Stanford, and Jay Gould accumulated fortunes that dwarfed anything previously seen in American life. To their admirers, they were visionary builders of progress. To their critics, They were robber barons, men who bent the rules, manipulated markets, and bought politicians to protect their empires. The rise of the railroads was paralleled by the growth of steel, the sinew of modern industry. Andrew Carnegie, a Scottish immigrant who had come to America as a poor boy, rose to dominate the steel industry with his company, Carnegie Steel. He mastered the new Bessemer process, which allowed for the mass production of strong, inexpensive steel. With it, skyscrapers reached skyward, bridges spanned mighty rivers, and locomotives thundered across the land. Carnegie was a self-made man, the very embodiment of the American dream. But his empire rested on the backs of countless laborers who worked long hours in dangerous conditions for meager pay. Carnegie himself believed in the gospel of wealth, the idea that the rich had a moral duty to use their fortunes for the public good. And he would later give away much of his wealth to libraries, universities, and cultural institutions. Yet his philanthropy did not erase the bitter memories of strikes and labor conflicts at his mills. Alongside steel, oil became a defining industry of the age. John D. Rockefeller, through ruthless efficiency and relentless ambition, built Standard Oil into a near monopoly. By controlling refining, transportation, and marketing, Rockefeller eliminated rivals and dictated terms to railroads and consumers alike. His company's tentacles reached into nearly every corner of the petroleum business, and his fortune grew so vast that he became the wealthiest man in America. Like Carnegie, Rockefeller would eventually turn to philanthropy, funding education, medicine, and science on an unprecedented scale. But his business practices raised fundamental questions about the balance between private power and public interest. These titans of industry became household names, their wealth and influence so great that they seemed to rival the power of government itself. They built palatial homes, flaunted their riches, and shaped the culture of an age fascinated by opulence. Yet while the upper classes dined in gilded mansions and vacationed at grand resorts, the majority of Americans lived lives far removed from luxury. In the factories, sweatshops, and mines, men, women, and children toiled in unsafe conditions for pitiful wages. Industrial accidents were common, and social mobility, while celebrated in rags to riches tales, was elusive for most. It was in this environment that organized labor began to grow. Workers, recognizing their vulnerability, banded together to demand better wages, shorter hours, and safer conditions. The Knights of Labor, founded in 1869, sought to unite all workers, skilled and unskilled, men and women, black and white, into a broad movement for economic justice. Later, the American Federation of Labor, under Samuel Gompers, took a more pragmatic approach, focusing on skilled workers and collective bargaining. Strikes became a feature of the era, sometimes successful, but often met with violent resistance. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 was one of the first nationwide labor upheavals. Triggered by wage cuts, it spread rapidly across states as workers walked off the job, paralyzing rail traffic. Crowds gathered in support, and violence erupted as state militias and federal troops were called in to suppress the strikes. Dozens were killed, and property was destroyed. But the strike revealed the growing tensions between labor and capital. A decade later, the Haymarket Riot in Chicago, sparked by a labor rally that turned deadly after a bomb was thrown at police, deepened fears of radicalism and marked the labor movement as dangerous in the eyes of many Americans. Yet the seeds of unionism were planted, and they would continue to shape the industrial landscape. While railroads and factories reshaped the economy, Immigration reshaped American society. The Gilded Age witnessed a dramatic influx of newcomers from Europe. Ellis Island, opened in 1892 in New York Harbor, became the iconic gateway. Millions of immigrants, Italians, Poles, Russians, Greeks, Jews, and others, poured into the United States seeking opportunity and escape from poverty, persecution, or political oppression. The Statue of Liberty, standing nearby, became a beacon of hope, symbolizing a new life in a new land. For many immigrants, life in America was a mixture of promise and hardship. They found jobs in factories, built railroads, and crowded into tenements in rapidly growing cities like New York, Chicago, and Boston. These neighborhoods were often cramped, unsanitary, and dangerous, but they pulsed with the languages, foods, and traditions of the Old World. Immigrant communities established churches, newspapers, and mutual aid societies that provided a sense of belonging. Yet they also faced prejudice and discrimination from native-born Americans who viewed them as threats to jobs and culture. Anti-immigrant sentiment gave rise to movements like the Nativist American Protective Association and fueled calls for restrictive immigration laws. Cities themselves became both marvels and nightmares of the Gilded Age. Skyscrapers transformed the skyline, streetcars and subways revolutionized transportation, and electric lights banished darkness from the streets. But rapid urbanization brought overcrowding, poverty, and political corruption. Political machines like Tammany Hall in New York City dispensed favors in exchange for votes, enriching bosses while perpetuating graft. Reformers exposed scandals, journalists chronicled the plight of the poor, and novelists like Mark Twain and Edith Wharton captured the contradictions of an age that was at once dazzling and deeply flawed. The clash between the glittering wealth of the few and the grinding poverty of the many defined the moral debate of the era. Intellectuals and social critics grappled with the implications of industrial capitalism. Some, like the philosopher William Graham Sumner, embraced social Darwinism, arguing that the survival of the fittest justified inequality. Others, like the advocates of the social gospel, insisted that Christianity demanded action to improve the conditions of the poor. Settlement houses, such as Jane Addams's Hull House in Chicago, sought to provide services and education to immigrants and the working class. Through it all, the United States was rapidly becoming a world power. Its factories produced more steel than Britain, its railroads crisscrossed the continent, and its population swelled with new arrivals. The wealth generated by industrial capitalism made the United States a rival to the great powers of Europe, even as it wrestled with profound internal divisions. The Gilded Age was a paradox. It was an era of glittering wealth and grinding poverty, of towering skyscrapers and squalid tenements, of bold innovation and brutal exploitation. It revealed the boundless energy of a nation in the throes of transformation, but also the social costs of unregulated capitalism. The robber barons and the striking workers, the immigrant crowds at Ellis Island, and the political bosses in smoky backrooms were all part of a single story, a story of a country hurtling toward modernity, unsure of how to reconcile its democratic ideals with the realities of industrial power. As the century drew to a close, the problems of the Gilded Age demanded solutions. The progressive era would soon emerge, with reformers seeking to rein in corporate power, improve conditions for workers and immigrants, and cleanse politics of corruption. But for the moment, the glittering surface and the dark undercurrents coexisted, giving America its defining image of an age both dazzling and deeply flawed. Chapter 16. America as a World Power. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the United States was no longer the youthful republic of Jefferson and Lincoln. It was now a nation transformed by the fires of the Civil War and the upheavals of the Gilded Age. Its cities hummed with industry, its railroads stitched together vast regions, and its population swelled with millions of immigrants. Wealthy magnates commanded resources on a scale once unimaginable, and the nation's output of steel, coal, and oil rivaled that of Europe's greatest powers. But with economic might came a new question. Should the United States, long content to look inward, now cast its gaze outward? For most of the 19th century, Americans had embraced the idea of manifest destiny, expanding across the continent from sea to shining sea. By the 1890s, that frontier was declared closed. The next horizon lay beyond the oceans. The United States was on the verge of becoming a global power. The spark that propelled America onto the world stage came in the Caribbean. For decades, Cubans had struggled under Spanish colonial rule, enduring cycles of rebellion and repression. By the 1890s, another uprising was underway, and reports of brutal Spanish tactics, reconcentration camps, famine, and disease captured the attention of Americans. Newspapers owned by William Randolph Hearst and Joseph Pulitzer competed to outdo one another with sensational headlines, sometimes stretching the truth, but always stirring outrage. The plight of Cuba became not just a humanitarian concern, but a rallying cry for intervention. Then, in February 1898, tragedy struck. The USS Maine, an American battleship stationed in Havana Harbor, exploded, killing more than 200 sailors. The cause of the blast was never conclusively determined, but the press and much of the public immediately blamed Spain. The cry of, "Remember the Maine," swept across the country, and President William McKinley, who had sought to avoid war, now faced irresistible pressure. In April 1898, Congress declared war on Spain. The Spanish-American War was brief, lasting only a matter of months, but its consequences were profound. American forces quickly overran Spanish positions in Cuba, aided by Cuban rebels who had fought for independence for years. At San Juan Hill, Theodore Roosevelt and his Rough Riders, a volunteer cavalry regiment, charged into legend, though the true military weight was borne by African-American regiments, whose contributions were often overlooked. Meanwhile, in a move that stunned the world, the U.S. Navy, under Commodore George Dewey, destroyed the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay in the Philippines. The war was not just about Cuba. It had become a global conflict. By the Treaty of Paris in December 1898, Spain ceded control of Cuba, though it technically became independent under American supervision, and surrendered Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the United States. Almost overnight, America had acquired an overseas empire. The debates that followed were fierce. Supporters of expansion argued that the United States had a duty to bring progress, Christianity, and civilization to its new territories. Critics countered that imperialism betrayed the nation's founding ideals of self-determination and liberty. The Anti-Imperialist League, with figures like Mark Twain and Andrew Carnegie, denounced the annexation of the Philippines as a betrayal of the Declaration of Independence. The Philippines quickly became the center of this new imperial dilemma. Filipino revolutionaries, led by Emilio Aguinaldo, who had fought against Spain, now resisted American control. What followed was a bloody and brutal conflict, the Philippine-American War, lasting from 1899 to 1902. American troops suppressed the rebellion with harsh tactics, and thousands of Filipinos died in combat, disease, or displacement. For the United States, the war was a jarring reminder that empire came with costs, both in lives and in moral compromise. Yet the acquisition of these territories signaled that the nation had stepped firmly onto the world stage, whether it was ready or not. At the same time, the war elevated new figures to prominence. None rose higher than Theodore Roosevelt. A man of boundless energy, Roosevelt believed passionately in America's destiny as a great power. When McKinley was assassinated in 1901, Roosevelt became president, the youngest ever to hold the office at that time. He brought with him a vision of American strength, both at home and abroad. He spoke of carrying a big stick in foreign policy, ready to back diplomacy with military might. The Caribbean and Central America soon became theaters of American intervention. Roosevelt was determined to secure a canal across the Isthmus of Panama, a passage that would allow ships to move swiftly between the Atlantic and Pacific, revolutionizing global trade and military strategy. For centuries, such a canal had been dreamed of. Now, with American engineering and capital, it became reality. When negotiations with Colombia stalled, Roosevelt supported a Panamanian revolt that declared independence. In 1903, the new Panamanian government granted the United States control of the Canal Zone. Construction was a Herculean effort, plagued by disease and engineering challenges. But by 1914, the Panama Canal was complete. It stood as a symbol of American ingenuity and determination, and as a sign of the nation's expanding reach. But with reach came responsibility and controversy. Roosevelt's actions in Panama and his broader approach to Latin America were encapsulated in what became known as the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine, declared in 1823, had warned European powers against interference in the Americas. Roosevelt now extended its meaning. The United States reserved the right to intervene in Latin American nations to maintain stability and order. In practice, this meant American troops and financial controllers entered countries like the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Haiti. To Roosevelt and his supporters, this was enlightened stewardship, preventing European meddling and fostering development. To critics, it was naked imperialism, substituting one master for another. Beyond the Americas, the United States also began to assert itself in Asia. The open door policy, promoted by Secretary of State John Hay, sought to ensure equal access to China's markets for all powers, and to prevent the country from being carved up into colonies as Africa had been. The United States presented itself as a defender of sovereignty, but it also had clear economic motives. In the Pacific, the annexation of Hawaii in 1898 gave America a strategic outpost, both for trade and for its expanding navy. Pearl Harbor, once a sleepy anchorage, would grow into a symbol of American presence in the Pacific. The Navy itself was transformed in these years. Influenced by the writings of Alfred Thayer Mahan, who argued that sea power was the key to national greatness, the United States invested in modern battleships. Roosevelt's Great White Fleet, a dazzling armada of gleaming ships, sailed around the world in 1907 to 1909 as a demonstration of American might. It was a message to friend and foe alike. The United States had arrived as a global power. Meanwhile, America's overseas territories became laboratories of governance and empire. In Puerto Rico, the Foraker Act established a civilian government under U.S. supervision, and debates raged over the island's status, a debate that continues into the present. In Guam and the Philippines, American administrators built schools, roads, and hospitals, even as they suppressed dissent. In Cuba, the Platt Amendment of 1901 gave the United States the right to intervene in Cuban affairs, effectively ensuring that Cuban independence was limited. These arrangements underscored the contradictions of America's new role. A nation born in revolution against empire now wielded imperial authority itself. The early 20th century also saw the beginnings of America's involvement in global diplomacy. Roosevelt mediated the end of the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, hosting peace talks in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. For his efforts, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the first American to receive it. Yet, even this act of diplomacy reflected America's new status. No longer an observer of global affairs, but a central participant. The expansion of America's global role did not go uncontested at home. Critics argued that empire distracted from domestic reform and betrayed Republican ideals. The brutalities of the Philippine-American War, the heavy hand in Latin America, and the subjugation of territories sparked debates about race, citizenship, and democracy. Could a nation that denied full rights to African Americans and Native Americans at home truly claim to be a liberator abroad? The contradictions were glaring. And yet, the momentum was undeniable. By the time Roosevelt left office in 1909, the United States had overseas territories spanning the Caribbean to the Pacific, a canal connecting two oceans, and a navy that ranked among the world's strongest. It had intervened in foreign wars, brokered international peace, and claimed a voice in global markets. In the span of a single generation, America had gone from a continental power to an imperial one. The Gilded Age had produced vast wealth, towering industries, and restless labor movements. But it was in the era that followed that America began to project that power outward, reshaping its place in the world. The Spanish-American War, the Panama Canal, and the new territories marked a decisive shift. No longer content to remain in the shadows of Europe, the United States had stepped into the bright, often harsh light of international politics. And as the new century unfolded, the challenges would only grow. The industrial might of the nation was undeniable, but so too were the social tensions at home. Labor unrest, women's demands for suffrage, the plight of immigrants, and the corruption of politics all called for reform. America might wield power abroad, but at home it faced urgent questions about justice and democracy. The progressive era was about to begin, an age when Americans sought to harness the power of government to address the excesses of the Gilded Age and the challenges of empire. The United States had become a world power, but what kind of power it would be remained to be determined. Chapter 17: World War I and the Roaring Twenties. The dawn of the 20th century found the United States striding confidently onto the world stage. The Spanish-American War, the annexation of overseas territories, and the building of the Panama Canal had demonstrated American ambition. Yet, for all its growing influence abroad, the nation was still cautious about entanglement in European affairs. For much of its history, America had followed the counsel of George Washington, avoiding foreign alliances and wars across the Atlantic. But the 20th century would shatter that tradition, pulling the nation into a conflict unlike any it had ever faced. Out of the trenches of World War I and the dizzying heights of the Roaring Twenties, the United States would emerge changed forever. The war that engulfed Europe in 1914 began with an assassin's bullet in Sarajevo, but quickly spiraled into a global conflagration. The great powers of Europe, Britain, France, Russia, Germany, and Austria-Hungary, were drawn into a conflict fueled by nationalism, militarism, and tangled alliances. For Americans watching from afar, the war seemed a tragic but distant struggle, an old-world quarrel that need not concern the new. President Woodrow Wilson, elected in 1912 and re-elected in 1916, pledged neutrality, insisting that the United States would remain impartial in thought as well as action. Many Americans agreed, wary of sending their sons to die in muddy fields thousands of miles away. Yet neutrality proved difficult to maintain. The United States was a trading nation, and American goods flowed across the Atlantic, often to Britain and France. German leaders, desperate to cut off supplies to their enemies, turned to unrestricted submarine warfare. In 1915, a German U-boat torpedoed the British liner Lusitania, killing nearly 1,200 passengers, including more than 100 Americans. Outrage swept the country, though Wilson still resisted calls for war. But Germany's continued attacks on neutral shipping, combined with the infamous Zimmermann telegram, in which Germany urged Mexico to join the war against the United States in exchange for lost territories, eroded patience. By early 1917, Wilson concluded that America could no longer stand aside. In April, he asked Congress for a declaration of war, framing the struggle as a moral crusade to make the world safe for democracy. When American troops entered the conflict, the war had already dragged on for 3 grueling years. Trenches scarred the Western Front, where millions of soldiers had endured endless stalemates, machine gun fire, poison gas, and artillery barrages that turned landscapes into moonscapes. Into this nightmare came the American Expeditionary Force, led by General John J. Pershing. At first small in number, the arrival of fresh American soldiers in 1917 and 1918 reinvigorated Allied forces. In battles such as Cantigny, Belleau Wood, and the Meuse-Argonne offensive, American troops proved their mettle. Their presence tipped the balance in favor of the Allies, and by November 1918, Germany sued for peace. For the United States, the war was both a test and a revelation. More than 2 million Americans served in Europe, and over 100,000 died. At home, the mobilization effort transformed the economy, with factories producing weapons and supplies on a massive scale. Women entered the workforce in greater numbers, filling roles left vacant by men. African Americans migrated in large numbers from the rural South to northern cities in what became known as the Great Migration, seeking industrial jobs and a chance at greater freedom, though often finding new forms of discrimination. The war expanded the power of the federal government, regulated industries, and restricted dissent through measures such as the Espionage and Sedition Acts. Civil liberties were curtailed, with critics of the war jailed and immigrant communities scrutinized. When the guns finally fell silent on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, Wilson saw not just victory, but opportunity. He believed the United States had a responsibility to shape the post-war world. His 14 points, unveiled earlier that year, called for open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, reduction of armaments, self-determination for oppressed peoples, and most ambitiously, a League of Nations that would provide collective security against future wars. It was a vision of a new world order, guided by principles of peace and democracy rather than imperial rivalry. In Europe, Wilson was greeted as a hero. Crowds hailed him as the prophet of a new age, and at the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, he pushed his ideals. Yet reality proved harsher. France and Britain, scarred by years of devastation, sought to punish Germany and secure their own security. The resulting Treaty of Versailles imposed harsh reparations on Germany, redrew borders, and sowed seeds of resentment that would fester in the decades ahead. Wilson managed to secure inclusion of the League of Nations. But at home, his greatest battle remained. In the United States Senate, opposition to the League was fierce. Critics argued it would entangle America in foreign wars, surrendering sovereignty to an international body. Wilson, exhausted and stubborn, refused compromise. He embarked on a national speaking tour to rally public support, but the strain proved too much. In October 1919, he suffered a massive stroke that left him incapacitated for the remainder of his presidency. Without his leadership, the Senate rejected the Treaty of Versailles. The United States signed its own peace treaties and never joined the League of Nations. Wilson's vision of a cooperative world order faltered, and America turned inward, retreating into isolationism in the 1920s. Yet, if the 1920s were marked by political withdrawal, they were also an era of social and cultural transformation. With the war over, the United States entered a period of prosperity unlike any it had known before. Factories shifted from wartime production to consumer goods, and technological advances transformed everyday life. Automobiles, once a luxury, became affordable thanks to Henry Ford's assembly line, and the Model T rolled off production lines by the millions. Radios brought news and entertainment into homes, airplanes began to shrink distances, and new household appliances promised convenience. For many Americans, it was an age of abundance and modernity. Culturally, the decade was defined by energy and experimentation. The 1920s became known as the Jazz Age, a label that captured both the exuberance of the music and the spirit of the times. Jazz, born in African-American communities in New Orleans, spread across the nation, carried by musicians like Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington. Its syncopated rhythms and improvisational styles symbolized freedom, spontaneity, and a break from tradition. In nightclubs, dance halls, and speakeasies, young people embraced the new sound, defying the older generation's suspicion that jazz was decadent or immoral. The Harlem Renaissance flourished during this time as well, centered in the vibrant black neighborhoods of New York City. Writers such as Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay explored themes of identity, heritage, and racial pride. Painters and performers celebrated African American culture in ways that challenged stereotypes and asserted dignity. Harlem became a cultural capital, its creativity reverberating across the nation. It was a declaration that Black voices and experiences were essential to the American story. The decade was also marked by social tensions and contradictions. The passage of the 18th Amendment in 1919, launching Prohibition, banned the manufacture, sale, and transport of alcohol. Intended to promote morality and reduce crime, it instead fueled an underground economy. Speakeasies flourished, bootleggers smuggled liquor, and organized crime syndicates, epitomized by figures like Al Capone, grew powerful. Prohibition became a symbol of the gap between law and behavior, as millions ignored the ban. Meanwhile, the 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920, granted women the right to vote, a triumph for the suffrage movement. The new woman of the 1920s was often symbolized by the flapper. Short-haired, independent, and unafraid to challenge convention. Women entered the workforce in greater numbers, though often limited to clerical or service jobs, and began to assert new roles in public life. The decade saw shifting gender norms, greater freedom in fashion and behavior, and an undercurrent of cultural rebellion. Yet beneath the glitter of prosperity, darker currents flowed. Immigration, which had surged in the early 20th century, became a target of restriction. The Immigration Act of 1924 imposed quotas favoring Northern and Western Europeans while severely limiting Southern and Eastern Europeans and excluding Asians altogether. Xenophobia was fueled by fears of radicalism in the wake of the Russian Revolution and labor unrest at home. The Red Scare of 1919 to 1920 saw the government crack down on suspected radicals, often trampling civil liberties in the process. The Ku Klux Klan re-emerged during the 1920s, no longer confined to the South but spreading nationwide. This second Klan targeted not only African Americans, but also immigrants, Catholics, Jews, and anyone deemed un-American. With millions of members, it wielded political influence in states across the country. A stark reminder that intolerance and hatred thrived even in an age of supposed progress. Economic prosperity itself was unevenly shared. Farmers, who had benefited from high demand during the war, now faced falling prices and mounting debt. Industrial workers saw some gains, but strikes were often crushed and unions struggled. The stock market, buoyed by speculation and easy credit, soared to dizzying heights, encouraging a culture of investment and risk. Few foresaw that this bubble would eventually burst with devastating consequences. The 1920s, then, were an era of both liberation and tension, of dazzling innovation and deep division. They captured the contradictions of a nation both confident and uneasy, reveling in modernity while haunted by old prejudices. Americans danced to jazz and celebrated newfound freedoms, but they also struggled with prohibition, intolerance, and the anxieties of a rapidly changing world. As the decade drew to a close, the energy of the Roaring Twenties seemed boundless. Skyscrapers rose in cities, airplanes conquered the skies, and radios connected millions in shared experiences. Yet just around the corner lay crisis. The exuberance of the age would crash against the hard realities of economic collapse, and the United States would soon face challenges that made the Jazz Age's carefree spirit seem like a fragile dream. Chapter 18: The Great Depression and World War II. The 1920s had danced to the rhythms of jazz, dazzled with skyscrapers and automobiles, and proclaimed a new modern age. Yet beneath the sparkle, cracks had begun to spread. Farmers struggled, debt mounted, and speculation on Wall Street grew frenzied. Then, almost overnight, the glittering prosperity collapsed. The stock market crash of October 1929 sent shock waves through the nation and the world. What followed was not a brief downturn, but the most severe economic crisis in modern history. The Great Depression. Out of that crucible would emerge sweeping reforms under Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal. And in the end, a global war would once again draw America into the center of world events. The crash itself was both sudden and devastating. On October 24th, Black Thursday, stock prices began to plummet as nervous investors rushed to sell. Panic spread, and by October 29th, Black Tuesday, the market collapsed entirely. Billions in paper wealth vanished in days. Men and women who had staked their savings on rising stock prices found themselves ruined. Brokerage houses were besieged, banks began to fail, and confidence evaporated. Yet the crash was more symptom than cause. It exposed deeper weaknesses: overproduction, uneven distribution of wealth, reliance on credit, and fragile banks that now unraveled all at once. As businesses failed, unemployment soared. By 1933, nearly 1 in 4 Americans was out of work. Bread lines stretched down city blocks, soup kitchens handed out meager meals, and families packed their belongings into cars and wagons in search of jobs that rarely existed. On farms, plunging prices left crops rotting in fields because they could not be sold profitably. In the Dust Bowl of the Great Plains, drought and poor farming practices turned fertile soil into choking clouds of dust that swept across entire states. Families abandoned their homes, heading west in desperate migrations captured in photographs and novels like John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. The government's initial response, under President Herbert Hoover, was cautious and limited. Hoover believed in volunteerism and local solutions, fearing that direct government aid would undermine individual initiative. He urged businesses to maintain wages, encouraged charities to expand relief, and launched modest public works projects. But as the crisis deepened, his measures seemed timid, even callous. Homeless encampments dubbed Hoovervilles sprouted in cities, a bitter reminder of perceived failure. By 1932, the public had turned decisively against him. That year, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Democratic governor of New York, won a landslide victory, promising a New Deal for the American people. Stricken with polio years earlier, Roosevelt could not walk unaided, but he projected warmth, optimism, and energy that resonated with a desperate nation. His inaugural address declared, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." Words that rallied confidence at a moment of despair. Roosevelt's New Deal was not a single plan, but a series of bold experiments. In his first 100 days, he pushed through an avalanche of legislation. Banks were stabilized through emergency closures and new regulations, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation reassured depositors their money was safe. The Civilian Conservation Corps put young men to work planting trees, building parks, and conserving natural resources. The Works Progress Administration employed millions on projects ranging from highways to schools to murals. The Tennessee Valley Authority brought electricity and development to impoverished rural regions. Farmers received subsidies to reduce surpluses, raising prices and stabilizing agriculture. For the first time, the federal government assumed a direct role in providing relief, regulating the economy, and reshaping society. Labor unions gained new protections. Social Security was created to provide pensions for the elderly, and public housing programs sought to address urban poverty. Critics on the right decried the New Deal as creeping socialism, while radicals on the left argued it did not go far enough. Roosevelt, pragmatic and experimental, adjusted constantly, driven less by ideology than by a determination to act. The New Deal did not end the Depression. It would take a world war to fully restore prosperity. But it fundamentally altered the relationship between government and the people. Americans came to expect federal action in times of crisis and to see Washington as a guarantor of economic stability and social welfare. Roosevelt's fireside chats, broadcast on radio, made the president a reassuring presence in homes across the nation. He became not just a political leader, but a symbol of resilience. As America grappled with its domestic crisis, the world slid toward another catastrophe. In Europe, the punitive peace of the Treaty of Versailles, combined with economic despair, fueled extremism. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party rose to power in Germany, promising national revival, racial supremacy, and vengeance for past humiliations. In Italy, Benito Mussolini established a fascist regime. In Japan, militarists expanded into China, seeking empire. Democracy appeared fragile, authoritarianism on the march. At first, Americans wanted little to do with these conflicts. The trauma of World War I lingered, and isolationist sentiment ran strong. Neutrality acts sought to keep the country out of foreign wars, and many argued that Europe's troubles were not America's concern. Yet events abroad grew harder to ignore. In 1939, Germany invaded Poland, triggering World War II in Europe. France fell within months, and Britain stood alone against the Nazi onslaught. Roosevelt, though constrained by public opinion, sought ways to support Britain through measures like Lend-Lease, which provided arms and supplies without direct involvement. The illusion of distance ended on December 7, 1941. That morning, Japanese planes roared over Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, unleashing a surprise attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Battleships were sunk, aircraft destroyed, and more than 2,000 Americans killed. The shock was immediate and profound. The next day, Roosevelt addressed Congress, calling December 7th a date which will live in infamy, and asked for a declaration of war against Japan. Within days, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States. Isolation was over. America was fully at war. Mobilization was staggering. Factories that had once produced cars and refrigerators now churned out tanks, planes, and weapons. Women joined the workforce in unprecedented numbers, symbolized by Rosie the Riveter, filling roles on assembly lines while men fought overseas. African Americans, though often relegated to segregated units, served with distinction, while the Double V campaign demanded victory against fascism abroad and racism at home. Japanese Americans faced a darker fate. More than 100,000 were forcibly relocated to internment camps, a violation of civil liberties justified by fears of sabotage and espionage. On the battlefronts, American forces faced daunting challenges. In the Pacific, the early months were grim, with the fall of the Philippines and the Bataan Death March. But victories at Midway in 1942 and Guadalcanal soon turned the tide. Island by island, U.S. forces fought their way across the Pacific, enduring fierce resistance and heavy casualties. In Europe, the path to victory required coordination with Allied powers. American troops first landed in North Africa, then advanced into Italy. But the decisive moment came on June 6, 1944, D-Day. On that morning, Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy in the largest amphibious invasion in history. Under relentless fire, American, British, and Canadian troops carved out a foothold, opening a Western front that would ultimately lead to Germany's defeat. By the spring of 1945, American and Soviet forces converged on Berlin. Hitler took his own life in April, and Germany surrendered in May. Even as victory approached in Europe, the war in the Pacific raged on. Japanese resistance was fanatical, with kamikaze pilots diving into ships and defenders fighting to the death on islands like Iwo Jima and Okinawa. American planners feared that an invasion of Japan's home islands would cost hundreds of thousands of lives. Faced with this grim prospect, President Harry Truman, who had succeeded Roosevelt after his death in April 1945, made a fateful decision. On August 6, 1945, an American bomber dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, a second bomb fell on Nagasaki. The destruction was unprecedented, leveling cities and killing tens of thousands instantly. Shocked and overwhelmed, Japan surrendered on August 15th. World War II was over. The cost of the conflict was staggering. More than 400,000 Americans lost their lives, and millions more served in uniform. Across the world, the toll was even higher. Tens of millions dead, entire cities reduced to rubble, the Holocaust revealing the depths of human cruelty. Yet out of the carnage emerged a new global order. The United States, alongside the Soviet Union, stood as a superpower. Its economy, invigorated by wartime production, was unmatched. Its military, now armed with nuclear weapons, commanded unprecedented power. And its ideals of democracy and freedom, though imperfect at home, were held up as a beacon in a world scarred by tyranny. The Great Depression had tested the resilience of the American people, forcing them to rethink the role of government and society. World War II had tested the nation's strength, drawing it from isolation into leadership on a global scale. As the guns fell silent in 1945, Americans looked ahead with a mixture of relief and uncertainty. They had emerged from crisis stronger, but new challenges loomed. The alliance with the Soviet Union was already fraying, and a new conflict, the Cold War, was beginning to stir. The age of depression and world war had ended, but the age of nuclear rivalry and ideological struggle was about to begin. Chapter 19. Cold War America. When the guns of World War II fell silent in 1945, Americans hoped that peace would usher in a new era of stability. But almost immediately, the world found itself divided into two opposing camps. The alliance that had defeated Nazi Germany fractured as deep mistrust grew between the United States and the Soviet Union. The two nations, both superpowers, embodied not only different political systems, but rival visions of the future. The United States championed democracy and capitalism, though imperfectly applied at home, while the Soviet Union spread communism under authoritarian rule. The tension between these ideologies gave birth to the Cold War, a struggle that was global in scope, often indirect, but profoundly shaping every aspect of American life. President Harry Truman, who had inherited leadership after Roosevelt's death, was among the first to define America's response. In 1947, he articulated what became known as the Truman Doctrine, the pledge that the United States would support free peoples resisting subjugation, particularly by communist forces. Initially aimed at crises in Greece and Turkey, where communist movements threatened fragile governments, the doctrine set the tone for decades of foreign policy. The United States would not return to isolation, but would assume the role of leader in a global contest against Soviet expansion. This stance was soon reinforced by the Marshall Plan, which poured billions into rebuilding Western Europe's shattered economies. Prosperity, it was believed, was the strongest defense against communist influence. The Cold War quickly became militarized. In 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, was formed, a collective security alliance binding the United States to the defense of Western Europe. That same year, the Soviet Union shocked the world by detonating its first atomic bomb, ending America's nuclear monopoly. The sense of vulnerability deepened when China, after years of civil war, fell to communist forces under Mao Zedong. To many Americans, it seemed communism was on the march everywhere. The first real test of Cold War resolve came in Korea. In 1950, North Korean forces, backed by the Soviet Union and later China, invaded South Korea. Truman, determined not to allow another act of aggression to go unchecked, committed U.S. troops under the banner of the United Nations. What followed was a brutal and inconclusive conflict. American soldiers, alongside South Korean and other UN forces, pushed the North Koreans back, only to be met by waves of Chinese troops that drove them south again. The fighting seesawed across the peninsula, leaving devastation in its wake. After 3 years, an armistice was signed in 1953, restoring the division at the 38th parallel, but achieving no lasting peace. Korea became a frozen conflict, a reminder that the Cold War could turn hot at any moment. Domestically, the early Cold War years were marked by fear and suspicion. The discovery of Soviet espionage networks, such as the case of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, who were convicted of passing atomic secrets, fueled paranoia. Senator Joseph McCarthy rose to prominence by claiming that communists had infiltrated the government, the military, and even Hollywood. His reckless accusations ruined careers and spread hysteria, a period now remembered as McCarthyism. Americans lived with the constant fear of nuclear war. School children practiced duck and cover drills, families built fallout shelters, and the looming threat of annihilation hung over everyday life. Yet America was also changing in ways that went beyond geopolitics. The post-war boom transformed society. Suburbs spread across the landscape, cars filled new highways, and consumer goods flooded homes. Television became a fixture, shaping culture and politics alike. But amid the prosperity, deep inequalities remained. African Americans, who had fought bravely in World War II, returned to a nation still segregated and discriminatory. The contradiction between fighting for freedom abroad and being denied equality at home became impossible to ignore. The civil rights movement emerged as one of the most transformative struggles of the 20th century. In 1954, the Supreme Court's decision in Brown v. Board of Education declared segregation in public schools unconstitutional, overturning the doctrine of separate but equal. The ruling was a watershed, but it sparked fierce resistance across the South. In Montgomery, Alabama, Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus, igniting a year-long boycott that brought to prominence a young pastor named Martin Luther King Jr. With eloquence and nonviolent protest, King inspired millions to challenge the injustices of Jim Crow. Through sit-ins, marches, and demonstrations, African Americans demanded equal rights. The images of peaceful protesters facing fire hoses, attacked dogs, and police batons shocked the conscience of the nation. In 1963, King stood before the Lincoln Memorial and declared his dream of a nation where children would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, pushed through under President Lyndon Johnson, marked legal victories that dismantled segregation and secured the right to vote. But the struggle was far from over, as racism, poverty, and inequality persisted. As civil rights activism reshaped society, America's foreign entanglements deepened. Nowhere was this more evident than in Vietnam. What began as support for the French effort to retain control of Indochina evolved into a full-scale American commitment to prevent communist victory. After the French defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, the country was divided into North and South Vietnam. The United States, seeing South Vietnam as a bulwark against communism, steadily increased its involvement. By the early 1960s, under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, American advisors gave way to combat troops. Vietnam became the defining conflict of the Cold War for a generation. The dense jungles, elusive guerrilla fighters, and mounting casualties made victory elusive. Television brought the war into American living rooms, with images of body bags, burning villages, and protests at home. The Gulf of Tonkin incident in 1964 gave Johnson authority to escalate, leading to the deployment of hundreds of thousands of troops. Yet the more the United States invested, the less clear the path to success became. The war sparked a powerful anti-war movement, especially among young people who questioned not only the strategy, but the morality of the conflict. College campuses erupted in protest. Draft cards were burned, and chants of, "Hey, hey, LBJ, how many kids did you kill today?" echoed in the streets. The 1960s were a decade of upheaval on many fronts. Beyond civil rights in Vietnam, cultural revolutions swept across the nation. The counterculture, embodied by the hippie movement, challenged traditional values, experimenting with new lifestyles, music, and politics. Rock festivals like Woodstock became symbols of generational rebellion. Feminists demanded gender equality, while Native Americans, Latinos, and other marginalized groups launched their own movements for justice. The decade's turbulence seemed to question every assumption about what America was and what it should be. In the midst of this turmoil, charismatic leaders emerged and were struck down. President John F. Kennedy, elected in 1960 as the youngest man to hold the office, inspired hope with his call to ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. His presidency saw tense confrontations, such as the Cuban Missile Crisis, which brought the world to the brink of nuclear war, and bold initiatives like the space race, pledging to land a man on the moon. Yet in November 1963, Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, a tragedy that shocked the world and left Americans mourning what might have been. Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, pushed forward with ambitious domestic reforms, the Great Society, which sought to eradicate poverty and expand opportunity. Medicare and Medicaid, educational programs, and environmental protections were lasting legacies. But Vietnam consumed his presidency, and by 1968, the nation was in crisis. That year saw not only the Tet Offensive, which shattered confidence in victory, but also the assassinations of Martin Luther King Jr. and Robert Kennedy. Cities erupted in riots, campuses in protests, and the Democratic National Convention in Chicago descended into chaos. America seemed to be coming apart at the seams. The Cold War defined America's place in the world, but the struggles at home defined its soul. The confrontation with communism shaped foreign policy from Korea to Vietnam. But the fight for civil rights and justice reshaped democracy itself. The 1960s, with all their triumphs and tragedies, left an indelible mark on the nation. By the end of the decade, America was weary of war abroad and division at home, searching for stability, but unsure where to find it. And yet, even in its turmoil, the country's energy was undeniable. The fight for equality, the questioning of authority, and the expansion of rights signaled that democracy, however strained, was alive and contested. The Cold War would continue into the decades ahead, with new crises and confrontations, but the transformations of the 1950s and 1960s ensured that America would never be the same again. Chapter 20. From the end of the Cold War to today. The Cold War had shaped the American experience for nearly half a century. From Berlin to Vietnam, from nuclear drills in classrooms to the Cuban Missile Crisis, the specter of conflict with the Soviet Union hung over every generation since 1945. Yet by the late 1980s, the impossible began to unfold. The Iron Curtain that had divided the world started to crack. The end of the Cold War would not only transform global politics, but also redefine America's role in the 21st century, setting the stage for triumphs, tragedies, and profound changes at home and abroad. The Soviet Union, long America's rival, was crumbling under the weight of economic stagnation, political rigidity, and popular discontent. Mikhail Gorbachev, rising to leadership in 1985, introduced reforms he hoped would save the system. His policies of glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring, encouraged limited freedom of expression and attempts to modernize the Soviet economy. Instead, they unleashed forces he could not control. Across Eastern Europe, communist governments collapsed like dominoes. In 1989, the world watched in awe as the Berlin Wall, long the symbol of division, was breached. Germans climbed atop the concrete barrier, chipped away at it with hammers, and embraced across the once forbidden divide. Within 2 years, the Soviet Union itself disintegrated. In December 1991, the red flag bearing the hammer and sickle was lowered over the Kremlin for the last time. For the United States, the fall of the USSR was not just a geopolitical victory, but a vindication. Decades of containment, alliances, and sacrifices seemed justified. President George H.W. Bush spoke cautiously of a new world order, one where America's power, unrivaled, could be used to secure peace and prosperity. The Cold War was over, and the United States stood alone as the world's sole superpower. The first test of this unipolar moment came quickly. In 1990, Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait, seizing its oil-rich lands and threatening stability in the Persian Gulf. In response, the United States assembled a broad coalition of nations under the United Nations banner. Operation Desert Storm, launched in early 1991, demonstrated the overwhelming military power of modern America. Precision-guided missiles lit up the skies over Baghdad. Tanks swept across the desert, and within weeks, Iraqi forces were driven out. The Gulf War was a stunning display of American might, a reminder that the nation's military supremacy was unmatched. Yet it also revealed the complexities of intervention. For Saddam remained in power, and the seeds of future conflict in the region were sown. The 1990s that followed seemed, for many Americans, a decade of relative calm and prosperity. The economy boomed, fueled by technology, globalization, and the rise of the Internet. Bill Clinton's presidency was marked by debates over trade agreements, welfare reform, and a culture increasingly shaped by digital innovation. The World Wide Web connected homes and businesses in ways unimaginable just years before, setting the stage for a new age of information. But beneath the prosperity and technological wonder, threats were quietly building, ones that would shatter the illusion of post-Cold War peace. On September 11th, 2001, the United States awoke to a nightmare. That morning, 19 terrorists associated with al-Qaeda hijacked 4 commercial airplanes. 2 were flown into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, collapsing the iconic skyscrapers into smoking ruins. A 3rd struck the Pentagon, the heart of America's military command. The 4th, United Airlines Flight 93, crashed into a Pennsylvania field after passengers fought back, preventing it from reaching its target. Nearly 3,000 people were killed in a matter of hours, the deadliest attack on American soil since Pearl Harbor. The shock was overwhelming. Images of the burning towers, the collapse, and the desperate faces of survivors filled television screens across the world. The sense of vulnerability pierced deep into the national psyche. President George W. Bush, standing amid the rubble days later, vowed that those responsible would hear from America soon. The war on terror had begun. The first target was Afghanistan, where the Taliban regime harbored al-Qaeda's leader, Osama bin Laden. In October 2001, U.S. forces, with allies, invaded. Within months, the Taliban were driven from power, and a new government was installed. But the war did not end. The Taliban regrouped, insurgency flared, and Afghanistan became a long, grinding conflict that would span 2 decades. Even as fighting continued there, the Bush administration turned its focus to Iraq. Citing fears of weapons of mass destruction and links to terrorism, the United States invaded in 2003. Baghdad fell swiftly, and Saddam Hussein's regime collapsed. But the aftermath was chaotic. Insurgency, sectarian violence, and the rise of extremist groups plunged Iraq into turmoil. No stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction were ever found, and the war grew increasingly controversial at home and abroad. By the late 2000s, both Afghanistan and Iraq had become costly quagmires, raising questions about the limits of American power. While the United States fought wars overseas, it also faced turbulence at home. In 2008, the financial system collapsed in the most severe crisis since the Great Depression. A housing bubble, reckless lending, and financial speculation led to cascading bank failures. Millions lost jobs, homes, and savings. The crisis spread globally, shaking confidence in markets and governments alike. In response, Washington undertook massive bailouts and stimulus programs to stabilize the economy. The shock left deep scars, fueling anger, distrust, and political polarization. The election of Barack Obama in 2008 symbolized both change and hope. As the first African-American president, his victory marked a historic milestone in the long struggle for civil rights. His message of "Yes, we can" inspired millions, particularly the young. Obama oversaw economic recovery efforts, pushed for health care reform with the Affordable Care Act, and sought to wind down wars abroad. Yet his presidency also faced fierce opposition, partisan gridlock, and the rise of movements like the Tea Party that reflected growing polarization. Meanwhile, technology was transforming every aspect of life. The rise of social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, reshaped how people communicated, consumed information, and engaged in politics. What began as tools for connection soon became battlegrounds for influence, misinformation, and division. Smartphones put the internet in every pocket, making information instant but also overwhelming. The digital revolution created both empowerment and fragmentation, amplifying voices but also deepening divides. The 2010s were marked by stark contrasts. On one hand, America celebrated milestones: the legalization of same-sex marriage, breakthroughs in science and technology, and a revived economy. On the other, it grappled with unrest over racial injustice, mass shootings, and widening political divides. Movements like Black Lives Matter highlighted persistent inequalities, while debates over immigration, trade, and globalization revealed anxieties about identity and change. Foreign policy remained turbulent. The killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011, carried out by U.S. Navy SEALs in Pakistan, was hailed as justice for 9/11. Yet conflicts in the Middle East persisted, from the Syrian civil war to the rise of ISIS, which drew America into new battles. The promise of a peaceful post-Cold War world seemed increasingly distant. By the late 2010s and into the 2020s, polarization within the United States reached new heights. Elections became bitter contests, trust in institutions eroded, and political discourse hardened into tribalism. Social media amplified outrage, spreading both truth and falsehood with equal speed. A pandemic, beginning in 2020, further tested the nation, straining health systems, economies, and social cohesion. From the fall of the Soviet Union to the 21st century's storms, America's journey has been marked by triumphs and trials. The collapse of communism had left it unmatched in power, but terrorism, economic crises, and internal divisions revealed vulnerabilities. The Gulf War displayed military dominance. 9/11 brought searing trauma. The War on Terror consumed decades, and the 2008 financial collapse shook confidence. The rise of the digital age connected the world but fractured societies. Today, the United States remains a nation both admired and contested, a superpower navigating a polarized era. Its history since the Cold War is one of extraordinary change. From unipolar dominance to the challenges of terrorism, from optimism in the digital age to anxiety about democracy itself. The arc of American history, stretching from colonies to superpower, has carried the nation through revolutions, wars, depressions, and transformations. The future remains uncertain, but the story endures. The United States, tested time and again, reshaping itself in the face of challenge, still grappling with the meaning of its power and its promise.